For more than 40 years, Jennifer Holliday has made us feel what love sounds like when it comes from the depths of your soul. And for that, Madam Holliday, I say thank you. And thanks for being the reason why someone smiles today.
Well, welcome in. I'm Ariel Onstadt. Thanks so much for streaming with us here on our Friday afternoon. You guys, we've made it to the weekend, and we've got a lot of news to cover, as we always do. But one of the first big stories we're following right here in the Fox 5 newsroom ends with a call that police received about a person being held against their will. It then ended in this suspect being shot by police. So let's go out live to our Kim Leffler. Kim, I'd love to know what the scene is looking like right now, and what can you tell us about this story?
Well, it's still a very active scene right now here on Erroll Drive. We have DeKalb County Police and also the GBI, both still on scene. They're focusing in on that brick house that you see there to the right. Now, here's what we know. DeKalb County police officers responded to a call of a person being held against their will here around 5:30 this morning. When they arrived, they exchanged gunfire with a suspect. That suspect got hit and was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Police say no officers, though, were injured. Neighbors tell us a mother and a son escaped out of the home here before that gunfire erupted. That neighbor says the suspect was a woman. Now, he tells us he heard about 4 to 6 shots. Take a listen.
I was told that the mom and the son were already escorted out of the house before the shooting started.
So who was shooting?
There was another woman in the house. That's what I was told, because he was escorted out the house telling the cops not to go inside because there was a crazy person inside, and they went inside, and then the shooting unfolded.
Still a lot of questions with this, including what led up to this incident and exactly who that suspect is. The GBI has been brought in to investigate the shooting, which is standard procedures in these cases. I followed up with DeKalb County Police, so they referred me to the GBI, and the GBI says that they are still investigating. We're told there'll be a release coming this afternoon with more information. And of course, as soon as we get that, we'll be sure to bring it right to you. Ariel.
Yeah, Kim, you know, I have so many questions about this, just because it's not often that police receive a call of a person being held against their will, and then it sounds like the neighbor was able to tell you a little bit more about what he saw, that 2 people got out of that house beforehand. Do you know, or did you hear anything from neighbors about that person? Was it a domestic situation? Do you feel like the people knew each other? It's what it sounds like, but curious if you've heard anything that could confirm that.
We haven't had any information about exactly who the suspect is. Again, the neighbor that we spoke with says it was a woman. We don't know how that woman is connected to this mother and son in any way right now. That's going to be something that we are going to be, asking the GBI and looking for, and that release is coming a little later on this afternoon.
Kim, sounds good. We'll look ahead to it. Final question for you, as the reporter covering this, what's the biggest question you want to know that comes to your mind?
I think the biggest thing is just what led up to all this. I mean, certainly seems like a very quiet neighborhood. There's a lot of people around here. So certainly something that is, concerning for people around here at 5:30 in the morning. So I know that's a question a lot of people have here as well, as to why did this happen?
And for those unfamiliar, you're in DeKalb. What area is this? What neighborhood?
So we are right by the Rockdale County line. This is the Gates at Stonecrest neighborhood where this happened.
Okay, good to know. Kim Leffler, thank you so much. We'll stay tuned for more information from you. Okay, guys, we're going to move on here, because if you've got plans next week, it is Thanksgiving. I know many of you do. You may be flying or traveling. We're going to be getting a little bit of an update here with our Tyler Fingert about what to expect holiday travel-wise, because Tyler, airport officials just held a news conference to update us on what to expect, and the Atlanta airport, always busy, but I feel like, especially these past few months, they have been especially busy.
Yeah, Erroll, good afternoon to you. The busy Thanksgiving travel rush officially got underway yesterday, and the world's busiest airport is expecting more than 4 million passengers to pass through this airport over the next week and a half. And obviously, the world's busiest airport, busy is a baseline here, but this weekend or over the next several days is going to be busy because so many people want to hit the road for the holiday. Take a look behind me. We're right in the baggage claim area. These are folks who just finished their travels. It's not that bad. It was even worse just about 15-20 minutes ago as a number of flights came in. But if we pan up to the security wait time estimator, they have a big, nice little pylon up in the ceiling there. You can see that the lines aren't that bad right now for security here at the world's busiest airport. 4 minutes for the north checkpoint, 5 for the main checkpoint, and the south checkpoint with TSA pre-check is only 10 minutes right now. And so things are moving very well here on what could be one of the busiest days of this travel period. With so many travelers expected to come through this airport, the operations center is fully staffed and ready for what's to come. Earlier today, the airport took Fox 5 inside the facility, which is the eyes and ears of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The team here monitors more than 3,600 cameras and answers every emergency call 24/7, 365 days a year, including during this busy Thanksgiving period, which runs from yesterday to December 2nd. The busiest days are expected to be today, Sunday, November 30th, and Monday, December 1st, with that Monday projected to be the busiest of the period, with more than 375,000 passengers coming through this airport. With the government shutdown behind us, airline operations back to normal, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport leaders are expecting a smooth period, but they do tell us the government shutdown did impact forecasted travel numbers, with some people deciding to drive instead of fly this year. ATL says preparation is key, and passengers can check parking and security wait times on its website, atl.com. Before you head out, officials want you to double check your bags to make sure you're not bringing any prohibited items through TSA like guns. Following 2 recent security scares here at the airport, leaders say they are ready to keep everyone safe. And earlier today, I spoke to the man in charge of the airport about this busy period. Here's what he had to say.
Unlike normal travel periods, there are probably more passengers traveling during this period that are not frequent flyers than normal. That creates some inefficiencies. And so for that reason, again, you should build into your travel experience some extra time so that you can meander that situation.
And so what does extra time mean? According to the airport, if you're flying domestically, that means within the 50 United States. They're telling people to get here to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport 2.5 hours before your scheduled departure time. If you're trying to fly outside the country, think transoceanic flights down to the Caribbean, down to South America, or anywhere around the world, they're telling you to get here at least 3 hours before your departure time, because obviously there could be some more things involved to be able to get you out of there, including passport checks.
Yeah, Tyler, you know, I loved his point about how the airport's going to see a lot of people who don't normally fly because it's the holidays, and that gets people out to seeing their families. So it's just a good reminder, if you are a frequent flyer, you're going to be sharing the airport with a lot of people you may not normally see, people who may not be familiar with how even TSA works or how they need to do different things. So definitely being patient, being kind to our neighbors, and then just keeping our eyes and ears open for ways that we can be of assistance, but also in case something goes wrong, because the airport's faced a lot of really tense situations this year, and I kind of think that just being vigilant is so important to making sure everyone stays safe.
I mean, that's exactly right. And they're saying if you see something, say something. Obviously, as I mentioned, they have more than 3,600 cameras throughout this entire airport property.
Incredible.
But there's only so much they can do with cameras and with the police officers on the ground, the ATL enforcement folks, the TSA. They are really relying on what could be about 370,000 people each day here in this airport to be the eyes and ears if they see something, to obviously tell them about it so they can try to respond to it. And hopefully whatever someone sees turns out to not be anything serious. That's obviously the goal, because they want to make sure everyone can get to where they're going safely, on time, and obviously make sure everyone has a great holiday period ahead, which is over the course of the next week. Everyone's going to be celebrating Thanksgiving. I should also mention we do know that weather could play a big role this Thanksgiving travel period. I was speaking to Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy earlier, and he was telling me that as we get closer to the holiday, there could be a rain system moving through our area and through parts of the country, which could impact how what we could see here and how it could impact flights meaning possible delays and cancellations. So that's something that our storm team is going to be monitoring throughout the next 6-7 days.
Yeah, Tyler, for sure. I'm glad you reminded us of that because it's really warm outside right now, but that is about to change. It's about to get cooler with this front that moves through, and definitely when we're looking at where that's hitting, Thanksgiving travel, that could play a role. So before I let you go, Tyler, I have to ask, you're our frequent flyer. Do you have any travel tips, things that are kind of like what you swear by to give to the people who are streaming with us who might be a little nervous or unfamiliar flying? Maybe you have a hack and it could help them as they look ahead to their Thanksgiving travel plans.
I think what the airport has been saying all along and what they say during every busy travel period, but what they also say year-round, get here early. You never know what the TSA checkpoint is going to look like. I mean, you can check before you leave wherever you are, your hotel or your apartment, your home here in the Atlanta area, and by the time you get here, the TSA checkpoint could be completely different. I know I've looked at ATL.com and looked at the security wait time, and it would say, oh, it's 5 minutes, and by the time I get here, park my car, and get inside about 45 minutes later, that wait is now 15 minutes longer, depending on the time frame. Things move quickly, things change quickly, so really your best bet is to just get here early and use those different information things like ATL.com with that wait time estimator as guidance to be able to judge what things are looking like, but don't rely on it because obviously things can change in an instant, and then obviously we know with the weather that can start piling on delays and cancellations if things get bad because there's only so much airlines can do. For safety reasons, they can't have their crew members on the ramp out there trying to load aircraft, fuel aircraft, and get it turned around if it's lightning. So we don't know what that's obviously going to bring over the course of the next couple of days. So I think the best thing I'll say is pack your patience. I know that's cliche to say, but you really just want to make sure you are just prepared for anything and just be aware that this is a busy time period. We all should be thankful for something. And if you are able to travel to see family or go wherever you're going, just be thankful you have that opportunity because not everyone has that chance.
Amen, Tyler. We thank you so much for your time, sharing your expertise with us, and giving us a look at what to expect at Hartsfield-Jackson International. Thanks, Tyler. Okay, guys, speaking of travel, we're going to move on here, but I have a lot of news still to get to regarding travel because the Transportation Department has actually launched a new campaign to encourage civility and patience while traveling. Some of the busiest travel days of the year are upon us, and you've heard Tyler say it, time to pack your patience, and you can roll your eyes because I feel like I hear that a million times around this time of year, but it really is so true because the issue is a lot of people do not pack their patience, and it's led to viral meltdowns and a miserable time for the rest of us who are just trying to travel, get to our destination safely. So Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has launched a new campaign with his team to bring civility back to the travel experience. From brawls at baggage claim to unruly passengers, we know the skies have gotten a lot less friendly over the years, and the data proves it. 400% increase in in-flight outbursts from 2019, as you can see from that graphic there. And the thing to keep in mind is that this is over 13,000 passenger incidents since 2021. So a big recipe that the Transportation Department is trying to change by launching this new civility campaign, and it's called The Golden Age of Travel Starts With You. One of the big things that they're promoting is to help other people who seem like they may need it. Just have a good attitude when you get to the airport. Try to be flexible, and it's going to make everybody's experience that much better. Some travelers say they see the need for this. Others say that the etiquette lesson could go further than just travelers, and that they want to make sure that airlines are also held accountable for the delays and cancellations and things that may happen on their end that cause travelers to be in a bad mood. But one thing to keep in mind, Thanksgiving week is going to be a major test because AAA is expecting more than 6 million people to fly over this holiday season. So it's going to be busy. And while the shutdown may have pushed a lot of people to drive instead of fly, we still are expecting a lot of people to fly. So definitely something to keep in mind. And if you are flying, I do want to give you an update here about your real ID because this is something that affects a lot of people. If you don't yet have your real ID, you know, your driver's license or your passport, driver's license with the star in the upper corner, it could cost you at the airport. The Department of Homeland Security and the Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, are discussing a new rule, and it would charge travelers $18 at airport security checkpoints if you don't have acceptable identification. Approved identification includes a real ID or a passport, like I mentioned, but the TSA says this fee would cover the cost of its modernized alternative identity verification program. So it's basically what they would use to verify your identity in case you did not have a real ID. And the agency says biometric technology would be used to verify your identity, and it would be valid for 10 days if cleared. The program doesn't guarantee the person's identity will be verified, however, and the agency says that $18 fee would help them run the program since you don't have a real ID. So again, all this just to keep in mind, if you don't have a real ID, might be something to check out because you could be charged if you don't. Finally here, air traffic controllers are going to get a payback if they stayed in their government positions during the shutdown. We've already talked a little bit about this, but I have some new information that I just want to keep you guys updated on because the Federal Aviation Administration says it's generating $10,000 bonuses. A combined 776 controllers and technicians maintain perfect attendance at their jobs during the government shutdown. During the 43-day shutdown, one thing that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says in a post on X is that the bonuses are going to acknowledge their dedication. One thing also to keep in mind is that the National Air Traffic Controllers Association says only 311 of its more than 10,000 members are going to receive these bonuses. So that's a very small percentage here. They expressed concern that thousands of others are excluded from any recognition, even though they did show up and work during the shutdown. The Controllers Union says it's hoping to work with Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, to find a way to recognize the other controllers who did put in the time but maybe weren't able to maintain perfect attendance. So we'll continue to keep you updated if anything changes with that and if new information comes out as far as what they may do to honor those workers. In the meantime, the new September jobs report is out. Speaking of the government shutdown, you may remember that this report was delayed because federal workers weren't getting paid. But now we have the data. This long overdue report is out, and I'm going to go through it with you guys now. So the data is a bit stale, but it shows a resilient job market. And of course, this comes amid tariffs and stubborn inflation. After a nearly 7-week delay due to the government shutdown, this jobs report's bringing a bit of welcome news. It shows that the U.S. economy added 119,000 jobs, more than double the estimate, but still below 2024's monthly average of 168,000 jobs added. Unemployment ticked up slightly to 4.4%. The report, though, does give a mixed picture because August numbers were revised down to show the economy actually lost 4,000 jobs. While September's report is a positive redirection, a recent Fox News poll shows most Americans aren't happy with the economy. 76% of voters view it negatively, and 62% of voters are blaming President Trump. This could be why the president has been highlighting his administration's economic accomplishments in recent speeches, and why he's also touting efforts that the administration is taking to prioritize affordability. Democrats point out the price of groceries, rent, and health care is still really high. The Trump administration, does not plan to release an October jobs report because statisticians were furloughed during the shutdown, and at this point, we're going to move on to the next month. But here's the thing. This jobs report is going to have consequences, and the thing it's going to have consequences on is the federal interest rate. So the big question here, is the Federal Reserve still on track to cut interest rates by the end of this year? Questions are really mounting about this because this better than expected jobs report could have the Fed rethinking their decision. One of the things that the New York Fed President John Williams said in a speech from Chile, he was in Chile when he made these comments, is he said he's still in favor of an interest rate cut in December at this point. I want to read to you his quote. He says it's imperative to restore inflation to our 2% longer run on a sustained basis. It's equally important to do so without creating undue risks to maximum unemployment goal or the employment goal. Therefore, I still see room for further adjustment in the near term. End quote. And basically what he's saying here is that he thinks based on the labor market, it's still worth it to cut the interest rate again to keep things on the upswing. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here is that Whether the Federal Reserve is likely to hold off on lowering the borrowing costs, this federal interest rate, remains to be seen. We're hopefully going to get more information from the Fed and Chair Jerome Powell here soon. Last month, Jerome Powell cautioned that this rate cut wasn't a foregone conclusion, but we're going to wait and see how this works with Donald Trump's economic policies, how the president wants to see different economic policies come to the forefront, and what that means in terms of what the Fed does. As you know, the president has been very vocal in his criticism of the Federal Reserve chairman, saying he needs to do more to cut the interest rate to take pressure off of average Americans and what they are going through. So the Fed's next meeting starts December 9th. We're going to be on top of that, and we'll let you know what they have to say. I also want to keep you updated. I'm looking over to my right, and you can see a live picture right now in front of the White House. We're waiting for New York City Mayor-elect Mamdani to arrive at the White House to sit down with President Donald Trump. This meeting is happening today, and we know these two men have had harsh words for one another for months. Now they're sitting down together in the Oval Office this afternoon. So in roughly 40 minutes, they're scheduled to meet around 3 this afternoon. President Trump meeting with Zohran Mamdani, the incoming Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City. And there might be some common ground between these two. It doesn't sound like the White House is exactly rolling out the red carpet. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said yesterday, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House. That is part of what the White House's messaging is on this visit. They're not friendly about it, but they want to see what they can achieve with the new mayor-elect. So one thing to keep in mind, you know, as a Democratic Socialist, Mamdani is ideologically miles away from the president, but the president also has made his distaste clear, calling Mamdani a communist, as we heard from the White House press secretary. But Mamdani explained he was meeting with Trump to find some common ground. And one thing that Trump has said is that he wants to see everything work out well for New York City. So I think this meeting is something that they're going to discuss what they can achieve and ways they might be able to work together. And some interesting timing here on Capitol Hill as well, because the House is set to take a vote soon on a bill that would condemn socialism. So kind of an interesting juxtaposition as to what is happening with recent elections, what's happening on Capitol Hill, and how this is all panning out. So coming up, guys, we are going to have some other stories for you. I want to get a check of your weather, and we're going to have that for you coming up next. Welcome back. I'm Ariel Onstadt. Thanks so much for streaming with us. A firefighter and his wife's murderer is being sentenced today. And I'm talking about Matthew Lanz. He is convicted in the murder of Cherokee County firefighter Justin Hicks and his wife Amber Hicks. Justin Hicks was a firefighter with the Cherokee County for more than 6 years, and his wife Amber was an audiology assistant. They were both found dead inside their home in November of 2021. Their 2-year-old son Jacob was discovered alone the next morning, wearing pajamas and soaked with his parents' blood. Investigators testified during the trial that the toddler was trying to communicate with his parents and couldn't understand why they were gone. Lanz lived behind the Hickses' house and shared a fence with them, and authorities say he entered their house overnight and shot the couple before leaving their child behind. The defense argued that Lanz faced mental health issues in all of this. I'd like to let you listen in to some of the sentencing today. We know that some very good friends, family members on behalf of the Hicks family shared their testimonies, so let's listen.
Your Honor, my name is Audrey Logan, and Amber and Justin were my husband and I's best friends. My husband Matt and I have known Amber for as long as we can remember. I'm talking elementary days when she refused to let Matt eat lunch alone and even shared her food with him. Not only did we attend elementary, middle, and high school together, but we played softball together for many years. We joke because I had a bad habit of being angry after striking out or getting out on base, and we come back to the dugout to sulk where she knew I didn't want to be talked to, but she'd always be like, "It's okay, girl, you got this." She was not going to stand for me being in a bad mood or being too hard on myself. We became even closer after our high school days, though, and that's when she introduced Matt and I to Justin. I vividly remember that day because Matt's not a people person. He just isn't. He was so concerned that he was just going to be like everybody else and we would be biting our tongues all night. But the day they met at Patty's is forever ingrained in my brain. That's the day that him and Justin became inseparable. I truly never imagined the day that one day I would stand in front of a courtroom full of people and talk about two of my favorite people in the past tense. But I'd sit here hand in hand with some of their most favorite people reliving the absolute horror that happened on November 17, 2021. Reliving a pain that has no end due to choices that monster made that night. My life will now always be separated into before and after. On September 17, 2021, I went to bed, excited for the weekend plans I just made with Amber this year at church. I hadn't seen her since Halloween night when we took our babies trick-or-treating together. After that, my daughter and I came down with RC, so I kept my distance away from everyone. A few days earlier, she came to my house knowing she wouldn't be able to see me in the middle of her busy schedule just to leave a care package. That's the type of person she was. We were excited to be able to get back to church and see each other. The very last text that I ever received from her said Sunday with an exclamation point, because we knew we would see each other again in just 4 days. On November 18th, I woke up planning to do some Christmas shopping, so I texted her to ask if Jacob had a Christmas list so I could get the sample approval on my gift idea. She never received that message, and I would never get a response. See, that was before my worst nightmare came to life. My best friends murdered in their home. Their lifeless bodies left in their home. Their son confused. My mommy and daddy won't wake us. He just left them there like they didn't matter, and like Jacob didn't matter, but they mattered. They weren't just our best friends. They were our daughter's godparents. They were a family. They came beside me and prayed for me, over me and with me during all the hardest parts of my life. Amber was my voice of reason, my confidant, and my biggest fan. And Justin was always there to make us laugh and ground us when we needed it the most. They were in our wedding, and they were in ours. They were in our wedding, we were in theirs, sorry. We spent many weekends together, standing up entirely too late, watching any alien movie or silly vine we could get our hands on. Then when our children came, we were at their births. waiting outside the door for the minute we could hold each other's babies and check on each other. We started to create our own traditions with our babies, like family vacations, pumpkin patch trips, and trick-or-treating. But you see, that was all before. Now, we're in the after. A big piece of my husband and I died that day too. So much joy was stolen from our lives, our innocence, our peace of mind. Our home is now lit up outside 24/7, surrounded by cameras monitoring every corner, every blind spot. Our life is full of ring notifications or Life 360 alerts. Any little noise in the middle of the night wakes us up and strikes fear. I can't even come home at night without fear that someone's watching my every move. And that's just how I feel. Imagine how Amber's dad feels, or how Justin's parents feel. That type of fear never goes away. That monster took away our sense of security, even in our own homes. Now I'm forced to live a life in a world that none of us asked or planned for. Amber and Justin never got to see our daughter Peyton, their goddaughter, start school, or see her passion for dance or cheer, or attend a recital, and they won't be there for any of the most important moments of her life. They'll never meet our other two daughters, Quinn and Brooke, who I know they would have loved beyond measure, and they would have taken them under their wing as any good godparents do. Because they weren't just incredible parents, they were amazing godparents too. Always loving Peyton as if she were their own. I needed them for all those moments, and I still need them for moments to come. I need them next to me in the row in church on Sundays. That's where their absence is felt the most. They may have always been a little late because Amber needed her start knees, but Justin needed his Duncan, and they were going to get both. Always. But they were there, worshiping their Savior and praying for each other and others because that's who they were. They were believers. They are believers. Even though my last image of them at church is their lifeless bodies laying in their coffins in front of the altar, and now they're still worshiping beside me. It's just from heaven now. Yes, I know where they are, and that I'll see them again one day because of their love for Christ, and for that I'm grateful. I sure could use an Amber hug right now. But this is not the life I planned for, or the life they planned for. On November 17, 2021, they took their son into bed and sat down for some well-deserved time together. Just 2 more days and the weekend would be here, their first full weekend together in a while. They had plans to decorate for Christmas and were so excited. Decorating a big new house, a girl's dream. Then that monster decided to steal that from them. Why? And we may never know. But in honor of these 2 humans, Amber and Justin Hicks, we're 2 literal angels on the earth. It sounds so cliche, but it was the truth. Living their day to day, putting nothing but good into this crazy world, and that monster stole everything from them in less than 10 minutes. Everything from us, and absolutely everything from Jacob in 10 minutes. Now they will never see Jacob grow up, go to school, start driving, get a job, get married, and start a family. They will miss every single moment of his life. And Amber lost her mom. After Amber lost her mom as a baby, this would have been her worst nightmare. Jacob to grow up without his mom and his dad. They did everything right, and it wasn't enough. Jacob will carry this trauma with him forever. That pain can never be erased, and for what? Amber and Justin had so much life to live, and that monster, I said over there, he's not here, stole that from all of us. They deserve to grow old and experience so much more that the world had to offer. But that monster did not steal everything. He will not steal our ability to speak their names every single day. We will continue to speak their names and their memories, especially for Jacob. We'll make sure the world remembers just who this monster stole from us. I know that my God calls me to forgive, but I'm not there yet. And my husband will certainly never forget this monster. One day he'll meet his ultimate judgment, and what a day that will be. Today, though, Your Honor, we ask you to submit to him to the maximum extent of the law, lock him away and throw away the key, and we may never have to see his face again. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Take your time.
That water is there for you.
Yeah, thanks. I need that.
Okay.
On November 17, 2021, two of the best people anyone could ever know were carelessly taken from this world at the prime of their lives. Justin was working his way to become a paramedic, and Amber was ready to settle into the role that she was made for, a mother dedicated full-time to her children. I say children because every person in here who knew her knows that she would have at least had 3 by now. I would like the defendant to know that he's not the only person in this world who has suffered loss. Amber lost her mother at just 3 months old. Her father, Mark, raised her all on his own, and she had to grow up without a mother. I remember vividly as kids, her staying the night at my house and us talking endlessly about her mom and where she would be right now, how much they looked alike, and how she used to be a model, how she had her eyes, how the number one thing she wanted to be when she grew up was a mother. He took that from her. He took that from Jacob. He took that from her father, her family, and her friends. But the one thing he will never take from her or Justin is the love that they had for that little boy. Thanks to the defendant, Jacob has a village in the hundreds backing him for the rest of his life. And there will not be a day that goes by without him knowing who they were and what they stood for, how amazing they were, and how proud of him they would be. I know Amber, and I know she would say that she forgives the defendant. I can't speak for Justin, but I feel as if he would say the same thing. However, I have never and will never be the angels that they were and will always be now. I will never forgive him. There is no taking back or undoing what he's done. He has done a disservice to this world by taking these two people out of it. He ambushed and gunned them down in their own home like they were animals trespassing on his property, when in reality, he came into their home with their baby asleep upstairs and murdered them in cold blood without a single thought behind it. Callous doesn't even begin to describe the creature he is. He is inhumane, he is heartless, he is a monster. And I know that if given the opportunity, he would do it again. Because people like him don't care about the cause and effect. He will always be the victim, he will always be the catalyst. He is dangerous, and I will be dead before I watch him put another family through this, put another child through this. It is because of this, Judge, I beg you to sentence the defendant to life with no possibility of parole. For Jacob and the future he had ripped from him on the night of November 17, 2021. Thank you.
You're listening to some of the testimony from the Hicks friends as they share what the loss has meant to them from these past few years without the Hicks in their life. You got to hear some of their testimony, absolutely heartbreaking, as they shared what it's been like to not only not have them, but just for them to have lost their lives in this senseless way. You heard the friend, Michelle, asking the judge to do life without parole, so this man who's been convicted of their murders can't hurt anyone else. We'll keep you updated as we learn any new information right here in Fox Local as this progresses here within the afternoon. In the meantime, I do want to get a check of your weather forecast because, as we have discussed, there is something new happening next week as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday. Warm now, but that's going to change. We'll bring that in for you guys. Hold on one second. Let's see if we can bring in our weather forecast. Okay, so it looks like we're having trouble getting that to play. So in the meantime, let me tell you about our weather forecast. I actually can let you know a little bit about what to expect. And one of the things to keep in mind here as we look ahead, we've talked a little bit about the cool down that is in store. I'm going to move over here out of frame a little bit and see if I can get some things to work. So we know that as we look ahead, there's going to be a little bit of rain. And one of the things that meteorologist Jonathan Stacy has been talking about is how this is going to affect travel. You heard Tyler Finger talk about it a little bit before. We had patchy and dense fog this morning. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are going to pick up later today and this evening. And then isolated shower and thunderstorms are going to happen on Saturday morning. You're taking a live look outside, a little bit cloudy out. A beautiful weekend of sunshine and 70s. So do make the most of the weekend because it's going to be your last warm weekend here for a little bit. Unreasonable warmth is going to last right up until the day before Thanksgiving. Once we get to around Thanksgiving, a much bigger rainmaker is going to unfold. At this point, our meteorologists believe it's going to unfold from Tuesday afternoon through Wednesday. Rainfall totals could exceed 1 inch, which is really just incredible when we think about the drought that we've been having and how some of our communities, especially to the south, really do need this rain. This front, though, this area of the storm that we're going to see that comes in is going to usher in much cooler air for Thanksgiving Day. Not unusually cold, but a big difference from this near record warmth that we've been currently experiencing. So I'd like to see maybe if we can bring up a full picture of this look at the Atlanta skyline. We can take a look at it real quick as we see outside. You can take a live look and see the sun just peeking out there through the clouds. Thursday is going to bring a cloud-sun mix, much like the one you're seeing right now, a breezy northwest wind and highs in the 50s. So we're going to keep you abreast of this as things progress. But in the meantime, just make the most of your weekend. Know that rain is on its way a few times, and we're experiencing or expecting to experience a cool down as we continue. Coming up, you guys, we are going to take you live where the FBI is set to make a major announcement. You're taking a look right now as the table is set up with thousands of dollars. The FBI is expected to update on a major fentanyl bust here in the Atlanta metro. Right now we're waiting for agents to get in line and to come up and to brief us as to what this is going to look like, who they might have arrested, where this bust happened, all big questions that are on our minds. We don't know that yet. As soon as we get it, we're going to come back to you. But in the meantime, coming up next, we're going to learn a little bit more about how they got those wads of cash there on that table. That's next. Right now, because this news conference with the FBI is just starting, and I'd like to let you guys listen in.
Homeland Security investigations, and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Connolly of the DEA. We're here to announce the creation and discuss some of the early successes of the Wilhelm Homeland Security Task Force, which is based here in Atlanta but covers all of Georgia. The Wilhelm HSTF was established pursuant to President Trump's Inauguration Day executive order protecting the American people against invasion. I would like to invite Special Agents in Charge Brown and Schrank to speak about the organization and the objectives of the HSTF, and then U.S. Attorneys Keyes, Heap, and I will each talk about a few of the cases that are underway in our respective districts, each involving significant seizures, some of the fruits of which are displayed here in front of me. the multi-agency collaboration at the federal, state, and local levels, and the transnational nexus to all of these cases. We'll then each take a couple of questions before breaking out into separate groups. And with that, I'd ask FBI Special Agent in Charge Brown to introduce the HSTF model.
Thank you, Terry. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm Paul Brown, the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI's Atlanta Division. FBI Atlanta is proud to announce the establishment of Atlanta's Homeland Security Task Force. The objective of the Homeland Security Task Force is to eliminate the presence of cartels, foreign gangs, and transnational criminal enterprises from the United States. This is not business as usual, but will allow us to extend our reach, share intelligence in real time, and target threats at every level. The Homeland Security Task Force represents the power of partnerships at the federal, state, and local level. It brings those resources to address threats more effectively than any can alone. This brings a whole of government approach to protecting our communities. The Homeland Security Task Force will absorb key components of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, which has now been retired, to include the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, the Strike Force's infrastructure, partnerships, and funding. The Homeland Security Task Force model will provide coordinated coverage across the nation with a task force in every state in Puerto Rico. These task forces will leverage the resources of the United States intelligence community to enhance our investigations. The cartels and transnational criminal organizations have enabled violence to intrude in our communities by flooding them with violence and drugs. As I have said to you before, every Georgian deserves to feel safe in their homes and their community. The establishment of the Homeland Security Task Force is a key step to ensuring that this occurs. Within only a short time, the task force is already making an impact, and you'll hear about that from the United States attorneys shortly. I'll now be followed by Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent in Charge, Stephen Schrank.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today as we announce the launch of the Homeland Security Task Force Network here in Atlanta, a city that is known for being central to our mission in protecting communities and the dangers posed by criminal cartels, foreign gangs, and transnational criminal organizations. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank the leaders from our partner agencies who are here with us today. FBI Special Agent in Charge Paul Brown, DEA Atlanta ASAC Mike Connolly, Clayton County Police Chief Kevin Roberts, the U.S. Attorneys Keyes, Heap, and Hertzberg, and others. Your collaboration and commitments to the Homeland Security Task Force are the backbone of this initiative, and we are grateful for your dedication to protecting the people of Atlanta and beyond. My name is Stephen Schrank, and I am the Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security Investigations here for the state of Georgia. It is an honor to stand before you today representing the dedicated men and women of Homeland Security Investigations and our partners. The HSTF that we are here to talk about today is built on collaboration, on partnership, and bringing together federal, state, and local resources to dismantle public safety threats and eliminate the presence of criminal organizations that threaten our state and neighborhoods. This is about protecting lives and ensuring that families in Atlanta and across the region live without fear from criminal enterprises. Atlanta has been designated as a core city within the HSTF network. A core city serves as the central hub for operations, for intelligence sharing, and coordination with enhanced resources and personnel to lead the fight against transnational organizations. Atlanta's strategic location and diverse community make it a critical focal point of these threats and our responsibility for protection. HSTF really represents a new era in Homeland Security by integrating personnel, resources, and intelligence, we are creating a unified system to disrupt and dismantle organizations involved in human trafficking, drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, and financial crimes. This approach ensures that law enforcement agencies work together seamlessly. The success of HSTF depends on the strength of its partnerships. Participants in the Atlanta HSTF include Homeland Security Investigations, the FBI, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the Drug Enforcement Administration, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigations, and U.S. Marshals Service, just to list federal agencies on top of many state and local law enforcement agencies that are vital partners. Together, we are combining expertise, resources, and intelligence to protect our communities. But this success depends more than just on operations. It depends on trust. Trust between agencies, trust with our partners, and trust within our communities that we serve. The HSTF is committed to accountability and transparency, working hand in hand with local law enforcement, community leaders, and residents, the people that we're to protect. But this isn't just about responding to crime, it's about preventing it. Together, we are taking the fight to these criminal organizations and ensuring they can no longer harm our communities. By sharing intelligence, analyzing data, and enhancing collaboration, we will stop these criminal networks before they can cause harm, before kids are exposed to drugs, prevent tragic overdoses, or innocent victims falling victim to gun violence. The rollout of the HSTF in Atlanta is a major step forward in our fight against transnational organized crime. The HSTF is not just a task force. It is a commitment to the people of Atlanta and beyond that we will protect their families, their neighborhoods, and their future. Thank you all for your support and collaboration, and we look forward to working with this team at this critical mission.
Good afternoon. I'm Will Keys, the United States Attorney for the Middle District of Georgia. When I speak with the public, they're often surprised to learn that the communities in the Middle District of Georgia, like Thomasville, Albany, Columbus, Valdosta, Macon, and Athens, the drugs that show up on the streets there are coming from the cartel. It's coming from these organizations. And that's the pattern. That's the flow of drugs that we're talking about. It's coming from the cartel and these organizations. It's coming from a source, coming into the country, and then distributed on a local level in these communities like Athens, like Macon, in the Middle District of Georgia, hitting the street, and then being distributed by gangs and local distributors. And that flow of drugs, that's not an opinion, that's a fact. You can trace the pattern, and that's how drugs flow through our community. And so these drugs like fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, they poison our community, but they have second-order effects and spillover effects like addiction, like overdose, like violent crime in our community. And the individuals who profit the most from that distribution are often not in our country, and they're profiting, making the most money out of it. That's the problem. And so we're here together to talk about the solution, which is what you just heard from FBI and HSI about, which is Homeland Security Task Forces. And what we're talking about that is that it's a joint effort, federal, state, local, multi-agency. As you know, crime knows no jurisdiction. There's no boundary. Cartel doesn't care about what state it's operating in. They're there to make money. And that's why we're all here together. And that's why we'll work across borders, outside the United States, across districts, across the state of Georgia, in order to bring these individuals to justice. And when necessary, we'll extradite those individuals from the countries that they're operating in and bring them to Georgia to prosecute them here so they face justice. And I have one example I'd like to give of some early success of these Homeland Security Task Forces. On August 26th, I stood in a parking lot at about 4:30 in the morning, surrounded by many people here, as a takedown of a cartel organization was happening in Athens, I had several hundred law enforcement officers very early prepared to go out and execute search warrants in order to bring individuals to justice. These drugs that this organization was responsible for pushing, like cocaine and fentanyl, they were operating across boundaries, just like I talked about, and ultimately 17 individuals were charged, 26 kilograms of cocaine were seized, fentanyl, 26 firearms, 12 assault rifles, and even a grenade launcher was seized in Georgia from this organization. And it was great to witness the bravery and professionalism of agents and law enforcement officers bringing these individuals to justice. And I'll give you one more specific example. When one SWAT team went to make a safe arrest of one individual, on his phone, he messaged his source of supply in Mexico and said, "Turn the truck around," right as the SWAT team went in. Turn the truck around. That's the message to the cartel. Turn the trucks around. Your business is not welcome here. And if you continue to poison our communities, you will face justice like that example. We'll bring you in, you'll be prosecuted, and all of us will work together to make sure that we achieve justice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Meg Heap. I'm with the Southern District of Georgia U.S. Attorney, and my area encompasses from Savannah, Dublin, Statesboro, Waycross, Brunswick, and all along the coast. I want to piggyback and say that the only way we get to be able to prosecute successfully cases is to work with all our partners, our local law enforcement, our federal law enforcement, and what I'd like to do is give an example of how that occurred. We had officers with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office in South Georgia investigated a case and discovered 40 to 50 acre plot of land, 11,000 marijuana plants with an estimated street value of over $20 million. Farming equipment was also found. The investigation showed that the property, the equipment, were all paid for in cash. 4 Chinese nationals were found to be operating the equipment and growing the marijuana plants. The property was purchased by a Chinese national from New York who has since fled the United States. We believe back in China. We have issued warrants for him. We did arrest the 4 that were on the scene at the time. An investigation showed that more property had been purchased in Brantley County. Another 4,000 marijuana plants and farming equipment, all purchased in cash, and the property was owned by the same Chinese national that was living at the time in New York and then, as I stated, was fled the country. We also seized, forfeited 75 acres of land in a commercial building connected to the criminal organization through different civil proceedings. And it was through the coordinated effort, and that's part and parcel of what we see. We cannot do it without our local law enforcement. Many times they're the ones who alert us, then the DEA got involved, and it was working with our local agencies and our federal agencies where we were able to investigate and then arrest those people that are bringing drugs, and they're using that money, and the money is not staying here, it's being sent to different places, and people are being harmed. I was very honored to come up here and join my fellow partners here. We're very serious. We're serious about attacking the crime that is infiltrating and existing in the state of Georgia. The only way you do it is working together, and so thank you very much.
As Special Agent in Charge Brown alluded to, we're here to talk about, for the Northern District of Georgia, the material that's in front of me here today. This all comes from an operation that occurred last Friday in Forest Park, Georgia, where FBI and DEA agents assigned to the HSTF arrested 2 men, Rico DeVille Bice, aka Casino, and David Estevan Montillo Diaz. Defendant Bice was caught fleeing from an Airbnb rental where agents were executing a federal search warrant. Bice was carrying a rubber-banded stack of cash, about approximately $4,000, but a lot more banded cash, approximately $380,000 worth, was found inside the home, along with approximately 21 kilograms of suspected fentanyl, a money counting machine, a vacuum sealer used to package bricks of illegal narcotics, and the Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol that's on the table. Because just 2 milligrams of fentanyl is a lethal amount. 21 kilograms is enough fentanyl to kill millions of people, and its street value is nearly $500,000. Diaz, the second defendant who's charged in this case, is a Southern California resident with no ties to the Northern District of Georgia. He was inside the Airbnb house when agents arrived. We believe that Diaz's connection to California is significant because we know, as mentioned earlier, the Mexican drug cartels smuggle fentanyl into our country over the southwest border. Here, the work of the HSTF in just a single night took millions of deadly doses of fentanyl off the street, denied the cartels more than $800,000 worth of drug proceeds between the cash seized and the value of the fentanyl seized, and led to the arrest of the two men who now face the prospect of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This is just the latest of many successes of the HSTF here in Atlanta. Some of you may recall that Special Agent Brown and I stood here not long ago to announce the HSTF's record-breaking seizure of nearly 100 kilograms of fentanyl, approximately 150 kilograms of methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and marijuana, and dozens of firearms, including a machine gun. The squad responsible for that seizure back in June is the same squad that seized these drugs last week. And in both cases, the fentanyl was stamped with a Louis Vuitton mark to note its high potency. Because the unit cost of fentanyl is relatively low, drug traffickers and drug dealers are mixing fentanyl into a large portion of the illicit drugs that are sold on the street here in Atlanta or over the internet. More concerning is that fentanyl is commonly mixed into counterfeit pills that are pressed by drug traffickers and then sold on the street or on the internet as legitimate Xanax, Percocet, Adderall, oxycodone, or other prescription drugs. So the seizure of these 21 kilograms of fentanyl should be yet another warning to the public that fentanyl is being mixed into almost all drugs that dealers are selling on the street or online. And I cannot stress this more strongly. If a pill or a powder or another substance did not come from a doctor, a pharmacist, or some other healthcare provider, you should assume that it contains fentanyl and you should not consume it. The establishment of the HSTF is paying dividends in and around Atlanta. As directed by the President, federal law enforcement agencies are working together as part of a single team. That's the model. But more importantly, they are supported by state and local partners. Here, for example, the Clayton County Police Department, that provide continued and critical assistance with the mission. As for Bice and Diaz, they both remain in federal custody pending detention hearings next week. The prosecutors handling their cases will soon seek grand jury indictments to hold them accountable for their alleged wrongdoing. And with that, we'll take a couple of questions as a group before breaking out into breakout sessions as discussed before.
Can you discuss how long you all have been working on this particular investigation and how these suspects, defendants, came on your radar?
For that, I'm going to yield to my colleague, Assistant United States Attorney Thomas Forsyth, who's prosecuting the case.
Thank you. This investigation is still ongoing, and so there are a lot of things that we are not going to discuss. But there had been a significant amount of work put into what happened on Friday night, what was seized, what you see before you.
Follow-up question, please. If you could give us some context, and I don't know who would answer this question, but how does Georgia rank among states nationwide in terms of the amount of fentanyl that is imported by smuggling operations from Mexico? Where are we here to stand on the scale? Can you give us some perspective?
Sure. Mike Connolly, ASAC with DEA. Without giving you an exact where we stand, we're towards the top as far as fentanyl goes. Atlanta, Georgia stands as a trafficking hub, so things coming from the southwest border, there's a high likelihood they're going to land in Atlanta before going elsewhere.
Right. And much of that drug will stay in Atlanta or...
Correct. That is correct. Yep.
Anyone else for the group? Yes. Paul, do you want to take that? Sure.
I think like Special Agent in Charge Schrank and I both mentioned, what we do is dependent on those partnerships. So much of what you'll see with these cases very often start off with contact from somebody in local law enforcement. Whether it's a source, whether it's contact with somebody, whether it's case or arrest they might have made, that's often where our cases begin. And when they see that it might be something larger, then that's where the value of bringing all the resources, all the agencies together to make the much larger case, to not just focus on a low-level dealer in a community, but how do we look at the enterprise? What is behind that for the distribution network and the supply network? And like U.S. Attorney Keyes mentioned, our goal is to trace it all the way back to the cartels and hold them accountable and bring them to justice.
This will be the last question, what are the other things that have this task force besides Atlanta?
Okay, so that was the FBI updating after a news conference. You got to hear from multiple special agents about their efforts to curtail drug trafficking here in the United States, and they talked about this major fentanyl bust. You saw the wads of cash stacked up on the table. They say a lot of these drugs are coming from organized crime and cartels and being spread throughout the Middle Georgia area. Macon, Athens, we're talking cocaine, we're talking fentanyl. They said 17 people are charged, and one of the key messages that the special agent in charge relayed is just this idea of turn the truck around, turn the drug trucks around, because he relayed a story where SWAT was coming to arrest a drug trafficker, and he texted his supplier in Mexico, according to the special agent, and told him, turn the truck around, don't try to get it through. So that is the message from the FBI and the DEA today. Turn the truck around. Drugs are not going to find a home here in Georgia. We're going to continue to keep you updated on this developing story as it progresses. In the meantime, the news is going to continue right here at 3 o'clock.
Hey there, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm Eric Perry. Good to have you with us. It has been quite a week, but we welcome you into what Alex Whitler likes to call a news conversation. We can slow the pace down a little bit and really deep dive into some of the stories that are making headlines here. And we have a good show for you to end the week on. Enough fentanyl to kill everyone in Metro Atlanta. That is such a strong statement, but that's what the FBI pushed out in a news conference that wrapped up just moments ago there, talking about their efforts to curb drug trafficking here across Metro Atlanta, the strong warning that they've seen. Our Deidre Dukes was inside of that news conference. We'll have a live report from her coming up in just a few moments. And we're getting you ready as well for the forecast and the weekend ahead. We saw such gorgeous days, but let me tell you, the clouds, they are starting to roll in. And the rain, it's, well, kind of welcomed here. We are in a drought. Our Lauren Robinson will get you update. And how about this? I know this sounds good for you. Free gas. Yeah, free gas. No strings attached. You can have your opportunity to get $50 worth of gas. We'll tell you when, where, how. Take your notes, get your pens ready. We will give you all the information coming up. But we're following some headlines here, and our Doug Evans has been following a story. Doug, you've been following quite some violence the past couple of days. Now we're talking in Noonan County, where a teen was stabbed several times, and you're told an 18-year-old faces charges in this. Walk us through the violence on this Friday.
Hey, good afternoon, Eric. I'm here at the Noonan Police Department where they've charged an 18-year-old with an 18-year-old with stabbing a 15-year-old. Kind of a crazy case here. Let's show you some video. A man is under arrest, as we say. He's 18-year-old Gerald Dwayne Magby. Now, Noonan police were called to Noonan Piedmont Hospital here. That's where family members had taken the 15-year-old victim. He'd been stabbed several times. Police didn't have to look far for their suspect, Eric. That's because he lived only a couple blocks away. Apparently, he's a friend of the victim. And the police tell us that the two had gotten together at the victim's home that morning. In fact, the suspect, Magby, had talked to the victim's mother, said hello. She knew him. Comes over there all the time. For whatever reason, violence broke out. Let's hear from Detective Marcos Gonzalez of the Noonan Police Department.
Yes, they're two friends that know each other well, and one friend went over to the other's home in the morning like he had done several times, where he knew the parents by name, and they greeted him. They walked out. He walks into the garage. A fight ensues inside between the two, and he ends up stabbing the victim in the living room of his house, and then runs back home where he lives 2 blocks down. Okay. These are good friends that there's something going on between them that have not worked out completely yet.
Yeah, something going on between them. It led to the stabbing of one of them, stabbed, I'm told, twice, and then slashed once with a knife inside his own home. He was rushed to the hospital by his brother, and that's where Noonan police picked up the case there at the hospital, talked to the 15-year-old to find out who did this. He pointed to his best friend, 18-year-old Dwayne Magby, and Gerald Dwayne Magby. And police then went over to his home and arrested him, as you saw in the video that we have there, Eric.
All right, you know how they say, the old saying, who needs enemies when you have friends like that? I think that is the case here. You know, you said something earlier, Doug, in the morning press or our morning conference or morning meeting there. You said it's been quite a week of what you were covering. Just yesterday, you covered a stabbing as well. We're seeing a lot of violence, it seems like. Have police noticed an uptick? Have you noticed an uptick in domestic violence or things between friends and people who know each other?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I don't know if it's just me, but I think that when we look at the headlines and we look at the stories that we cover here on Fox 5, it just seems like it's an increasing number of teenagers who are the victims of violence today. You mentioned a story that I covered yesterday. That was down in Meriwether County. A teen party last weekend swelled to over 100 people because it got on social media. media. And then these two guys opened fire on all the partygoers, struck an 18-year-old in the head. So there's another teen victim of violence there. He's going to make it, fortunately. So is the teen involved in this stabbing incident here in Noonan.
All right, Doug Evans, thanks so much. We appreciate you. All right, let's take you to Clayton County here, as yesterday we saw hundreds of people go out yesterday to what they thought was to get housing assistance here. The line, take a look, Skyfox 5 or Drone 5 there. In Clayton County, hundreds of people surged as the Jonesboro Housing Authority. They had 40 units that were available, 40 slots. It was for 2 bedrooms and 4 bedroom units. They estimated over 500 people showed up there. You can see the lines. I believe our Billy Heath, photographer, was out there. They had to call in sheriff's deputies as there were some cars blocking traffic. They had to tow a couple of cars there. Really just an incredible video. Those people just showing the need of affordable housing. We've seen a lot of platforms, candidates across Metro Atlanta using affordable housing as a method and something that they're really focused on here as well. Now, I did some research. The average rent in Metro Atlanta, $1,600 per month. In some places, it can be an average of around $2,000. You would need to make at least $64,000 to really sustain yourself and to live. That's in Metro Atlanta or Atlanta proper there. But we're finding that a lot of people are starting to move outside. They're moving to the suburbs, getting houses, getting apartments. They're seeing better rents or better mortgage rates there. Kevin Stewart, bringing you into this conversation here at 3 o'clock. I know you talk with realtors. You know, I have a lot of friends, they've moved to McDonough, and at first I'm like, why are you moving so far? Who's coming to visit you? But they are really getting their bang for their buck. Walk us through what you're learning here.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and most people would tell you that, oh, Henry County, that's not that far, it's just south of DeKalb County. But you know, yeah, you can get more bang for your buck when you move out, but even that is relative. You know, it is getting harder, especially to own a home in places like this in the suburban and ex-urban communities like here in Douglas County. You can see new homes going up and on the way. Now, between 2019 and this year, according to the J.P. Morgan Chase Institute, in suburban and ex-urban areas, home ownership costs rose over 60% relative to income, meaning income for folks 25 to 44 is not growing as fast as home ownership costs. Of course, these are the areas, like I noted, where people go to get more bang for the buck. We met a woman who found a small home on 8 acres in Troup County. The cost was $230,000. She says she could have bought that same property for $100,000 pre-COVID. A unique example, but one worth noting. We asked the author of the analysis and the woman's realtor, why is this happening?
More people moving into the area. If Atlanta has been a particularly attractive destination for people to move to. It's one of these things where, like, you know, if the economy is doing well and it's sort of attracting lots of people there, if it looks like an affordable place, at least in the short run, in the course of a couple of years or versus longer than that, that is going to bring in demand ahead of supply.
When you look at the time of where we were building prior to pre-COVID, you had prices still were much lower. Then you robbed everybody of that, because then you went up to eventually 8% interest rates once you had everybody trying to select a home, right? Then you raise the interest rates. Now all of a sudden, when you talk about affordability, how does that equal out? Because municipalities stopped building, right? So then when you look at what happened, a lot of the institutional investors came in, bought up all the properties that couldn't meet those FHA or VA, or even if they could, they were cheap enough that they were able to buy them, right? And so you have municipalities that allowed that type of absorption to happen in their communities, where now they're doing build for rents, right? And that is also another way of blocking low to moderate incomes from being able to purchase homes.
Yeah, so it's a complicated issue. You know, you got your supply and demand. Now you do have building out in the suburbs, in the city, you know, very dense. And so, you know, they're trying to meet the demand, but obviously there's still a lot of people moving here. There's demand, and that tends to drive up pricing for homes, and nothing's getting cheaper these days, HOA fees. So the cost of owning a home is just getting to be a little uneasy for folks, and they're having to go further out and still running into these problems. Eric?
You know, from a personal level, a lot of people my age, people in their 30s, they're just not buying because of all of those things that you listed. Do you think that it's going to get worse before it gets better? Do you think there's a light at the end of the tunnel? Like, what are some tips that you found in your conversations that people can do now to prepare and for home ownership or just finding a easier, cheaper, affordable place to live?
You know, it's hard. You know, I talked to one expert just before we went on the air and, with JP Morgan Chase, and they were talking about things that they are investing in to try to get more affordable housing all across North Georgia and working with nonprofits and government partnerships. But the bottom line is Atlanta used to be this great deal and everybody moved here, but it's not keeping up, and you're going to have more housing, various types of housing, to kind of ease some of that growing pain, because right now there just aren't enough homes, variety of homes for folks to move into, so there's a lot of competition that drives up the prices.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head there when you said that Atlanta used to be affordable. Kevin Stewart, looking forward to your reports later. So much valuable information. Still so much more to come on this Friday as we're having this news conversation, walking you through so many different aspects. We'll talk a little bit about travel. We'll get your forecast. Stick with us. We're back after this break. Welcome back on this Friday, Fox 5 News Live. Good to have you with us. Now, hopefully you got outside, enjoyed some of the beautiful weather that we saw. Okay, starting last week when we saw the 20s and the 30s feeling, it feels like we're in Hawaii this week, and we have really been enjoying it. But the clouds are starting to roll in. We're going to see some rain in our forecast. Let's get over to Fox 5 Storm Team Meteorologist Jonathan Stacey.
The record high temperature for today has been broken. Set back in 2011 of 77 degrees. We've already soared past that. Just after 11 o'clock, we hit a temperature of 79 degrees. Of course, that number will continue to grow until the rain moves in. We'll be tracking showers moving in throughout the afternoon into the early evening, and then tapering off as we go through the overnight hours and the wee hours of Saturday morning. Most of your weekend will be filled with sunshine, but once again, just a little topsy-turvy to start. Let's move the clock forward in your hour-by-hour forecast. You can see a shield of moisture riding the I-20 corridor, moving into North Georgia as we get deeper into the afternoon. By 4 o'clock, showers taking over those of you to the south and to the west of the metro area. We're not looking at anything too strong or intense. There could be an isolated rumble of thunder, but by and large, these are passing light to moderate showers. They'll continue to fester through the afternoon into the evening and overnight hours. You can see here midnight tonight across the foothills and the mountains, you're getting sprayed with with a pretty decent shower, but by morning it becomes fairly isolated. Temperatures only settling down into the 60s. But look at the quick transformation of Saturday. Yes, we wake up to low-hanging clouds and passing showers, but they do not come to last. By noon, that activity already starting to move out of here. Not only are we seeing a reduction in the rain, but we're seeing the clouds be dismissed and temperatures are already back into the 70s. It's going to be a really nice weekend, so make sure you enjoy every moment of it. As we get into the afternoon hours, the temperatures will gently fall into the 60s. So here's how your weekend works out. We'll do a high of 75 degrees tomorrow. We'll start out around 62. That's a fairly mild start by late November standards. So 40% chance for rain, but most of that rain occurs before the sun comes up. Early showers, late day sunshine, and that sunshine is back for Sunday as well. We'll hit a high of around 72 degrees, still above average, but slightly cooler, especially as we have winds coming in out of the north and the west. We'll start out the morning a bit crisp, around 52 degrees. We'll find some 40s outside the perimeter, but this is definitely my pick day of the weekend. I really like this forecast. All smiles here. Once again, we'll rid ourselves of the rain chances by Saturday midday. We're dry for not only Sunday, but also Monday, and then the rain chances, they pick up big time Tuesday going into Wednesday. Big pre-Thanksgiving holiday travel period there. As we get into the Thanksgiving holiday, it looks like the rain chances will not be the main story, but it will be the cool down. In fact, by Thanksgiving Day, we're only reaching a high temperature of 57 degrees, a far cry from this record-breaking temperature of 80-plus degrees today. We'll squeeze some 70s in between before the rain and the front brings cooler temperatures by the holiday period.
All right, Jonathan, Stacy, thanks so much here. I think we're going to go now to another story that we have been following. So yesterday, the verdict was reached for 2 life sentences, learned of his fate in a murder back in 2021. Let's walk you through this. You might not be as familiar, it might have slipped your mind. In Cherokee County, a firefighter and his wife in 2021 were found dead inside their home. Their little one was inside, thankfully unharmed there. Taking you to some of the footage there inside of the courtroom. He learned his sentence yesterday. Matthew Lanz was found guilty in the 2021 case there, Justin and Amber Hicks. Well, today a judge did hand down the sentencing for him, and we have learned since then that he will spend 2 life sentences without parole plus additional prison terms in this case here. The judge, we heard some comments there, expressed some sympathy to the Hicks family and stressed the commitment to justice. Before she handed down that sentence, she really said, there's no winning in this. It doesn't give her any joy, but she wanted to give the family a little bit of peace. So walking you through this, we've been following this case as it was going on in this trial. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence, they presented video surveillance and firearm analysis, all trying to prove that Lanz is connected to the killing. Now, we do know that he has a right to appeal this sentence if so wish, but right now we don't know if that's something that he is going to do. That also really kind of closes a chapter for this family here. He's also, after the killings there that he was found guilty of, he allegedly stabbed a Sandy Springs officer the day after the murders there. All of this, the confrontation, helped lead investigators back to the Hicks home, where unfortunately that gruesome discovery was made. Thankfully, that little one, that 2-year-old son, was unharmed there, but the sad news here, regardless of this sentence and the outcome of this verdict, will grow up without parents as well. So really unfortunate there. But again, we know that he will face 2 life sentences without parole plus additional prison terms in this as well. So a story we've been told you about and we saw at the beginning of the 2 o'clock hour with Erroll Dr there. We took it at the very end. The FBI, along with different agencies across Metro Atlanta, they held a news conference today where they talked about drug trafficking. They had some charges there here in the area. Earlier this morning, our Deidre Duke said that she had learned from a source they had found enough fentanyl to kill everyone in Metro Atlanta. Just that statement alone will stop you in its tracks there. But some good news talking about this major drug bust that took place at the FBI headquarters here of the Atlanta division there. Let's get you to a couple of video. I believe that we have some of it, of maybe some of the people walking up, and just you see on the table there's a lot of cash. We're going to take you to the sound bout, but some things that we want you to watch out for. Look at the table there. You see cash, you see drugs there, all just of an effort. They were talked a little bit about turning the truck around. So when someone is caught, they might send a text message to trucks that are coming over into the country or bringing those drugs over as well. They'll send a text message saying to turn around because they're not playing any games here. So a major win that they are touting here. We want to take you and let you listen to some of that news conference of them talking about it and really the seriousness and what was prevented. Take a listen with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Theodore Hertzberg, the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Joining me today are my counterparts from the Middle and Southern Districts of Georgia, the U.S. Attorney Will Keys, U.S. Attorney Meg Heap, along with Special Agent in Charge Paul Brown of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent in Charge Stephen Schrank of Homeland Security Investigations, and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Connolly of the DEA. We're here to announce the creation and discuss some of the early successes of the Wilhelm Homeland Security Task Force, which is based here in Atlanta but covers all of Georgia. The Wilhelm HSTF was established pursuant to President Trump's Inauguration Day executive order protecting the American people against invasion. I would like to invite Special Agents in Charge Brown and Schrank to speak about the organization and the objectives of the HSTF, and then U.S. Attorneys Keys, Heap, and I will each talk about a few of the cases that are underway in our respective districts, each involving significant seizures, some of the fruits of which are displayed here in front of me. The multi-agency collaboration at the federal, state, and local levels, and the transnational nexus to all of these cases. We'll then each take a couple of questions before breaking out into separate groups. And with that, I'd ask FBI Special Agent in Charge Brown to introduce the HSTF model. Thank you, Ted.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm Paul Brown, the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI's Atlanta Division. FBI Atlanta is proud to announce the establishment of Atlanta's Homeland Security Task Force. The objective of the Homeland Security Task Force is to eliminate the presence of cartels, foreign gangs, and transnational criminal enterprises from the United States. This is not business as usual, but will allow us to extend our reach, share intelligence in real time, and target threats at every level. The Homeland Security Task Force represents the power of partnerships at the federal, state, and local level. It brings those resources to address threats more effectively than any can alone. This brings a whole of government approach to protecting our communities. The Homeland Security Task Force will absorb key components of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, which has now been retired, to include the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, the Strike Force's infrastructure, partnerships, and funding. The Homeland Security Task Force model will provide coordinated coverage across the nation with the task force in every state in Puerto Rico. These task forces will leverage the resources of the United States intelligence community to enhance our investigations. The cartels and transnational criminal organizations have enabled violence to intrude in our communities by flooding them with violence and drugs. As I have said to you before, every Georgian deserves to feel safe in their homes and their community. The establishment of the Homeland Security Task Force is a key step to ensuring that this occurs. Within only a short time, the task force is already making an impact, and you'll hear about that from the United States attorneys shortly. I'll now be followed by Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent in Charge Stephen Schrank.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today as we announce the launch of the Homeland Security Task Force Network here in Atlanta, a city that is known for being central to our mission in protecting communities and the dangers posed by criminal cartels, foreign gangs, and transnational criminal organizations. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank the leaders from our partner agencies who are here with us today. FBI Special Agent in Charge Paul Brown, DEA Atlanta ASAC Mike Connolly, Clayton County Police Chief Kevin Roberts, the U.S. Attorneys Keys, Heap, and Hertzberg, and others. Your collaboration and commitments to the Homeland Security Task Force are the backbone of this initiative, and we are grateful for your dedication to protecting the people of Atlanta and beyond. My name is Stephen Schrank, and I am the Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations here for the state of Georgia. It is an honor to stand before you today representing the dedicated men and women of Homeland Security investigations and our partners. The HSTF that we are here to talk about today is built on collaboration, on partnership, and bringing together federal, state, and local resources to dismantle public safety threats and eliminate the presence of criminal organizations that threaten our state and neighborhoods. This is about protecting lives and ensuring that families in Atlanta and across the region live without fear from criminal enterprises. Atlanta has been designated as a core city within the HSTF network. A core city serves as the central hub for operations, for intelligence sharing, and coordination with enhanced resources and personnel to lead the fight against transnational organizations. Atlanta's strategic location and diverse community make it a critical focal point of these threats and our responsibility for protection. HSTF really represents a new era in Homeland Security. By integrating personnel, resources, and intelligence, we are creating a unified system to disrupt and dismantle organizations involved in human trafficking, drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, and financial crimes. This approach ensures that law enforcement agencies work together seamlessly. The success of HSTF depends on the strength of its partnerships. Participants in the Atlanta HSTF include Homeland Security Investigations, the FBI, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the Drug Enforcement Administration, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigations, and U.S. Marshals Service, just to list federal agencies on top of many state and local law enforcement agencies that are vital partners.
Okay, you have been listening into a news conference from earlier, the FBI going over a major drug bust. They say they're combining state, national, local, all agencies combating 17 people charged there. They found fentanyl, they found cash, they found drugs. We'll have full story on this on our website, fox5atlanta.com, but really a major win for drug trafficking here as they work to combat it here in our area, saying that they're sending a strong message out for those who might have trucks, bring it into the country. A lot of those, they say, sending text messages back saying to turn around there. So a major win, and they are touting that on this Friday here. When we come back, we're going to talk about earth minerals, why they're so important. You might have questions. You might say, what's an earth mineral? Stick with us. We'll answer that question when we come back. right, welcome back on this Friday. I want to change topics a little bit. I have $50. What is a rare earth mineral? Can you guess or tell me what that is? If you can't, you need to listen to our next interview. I want to bring in Brody Sutherland. First of all, thanks for joining us on this Friday. You are doing really big work with earth minerals, but specifically tungsten. Walk us through, first of all, what's an earth mineral, and then what is tungsten, and why are they both so important?
Yeah. First off, thanks for having me on. And yeah, what we're looking at is critical minerals. These are minerals that we need. They are essential for everyday life in the United States. Rare earth minerals specifically are used in a lot of technological applications, magnets, semiconductors, and for a lot of these metals, including tungsten, which is more of a critical mineral, that's been completely dominated on the supply side by China. And now we're looking to take some of that back by finding domestic sources for these metals, which we have here in the United States. And that's the importance of it. And that's why you hear more and more about it in the news today.
Talk about your conversations with Washington, with your company. What are those conversations like?
Yeah, well, something's up when they let a rough and tumble geologist into the Pentagon. But, the message is very clear. There's been over-reliance on other countries to produce these minerals for us. Now it's about bringing that back home, securing that supply chain. And right now there are numerous government initiatives out there that are looking to drive forth the supply and securing that supply chain here in the United States. And it's really an incredible time. We have not seen this level of support from a government since World War II. And that's really pushing and driving home the point of how important these materials are to us.
I just want to ask one last question. How are we jumping into the game here? How are we jumping in to take control? I know you said China has control over this critical mineral, but moving forward, what do you see happening and what would you like to happen?
Yeah, we're talking about mining. Mining, you can't just flick a switch and turn these things on. It takes time. So we need to buy ourselves a bit of time to get that support there and build that up. It's going to take a few years. But it's all about the long game. It's about building that infrastructure, building out these projects and assets. And it all starts now with these crucial initiatives in place from the Department of War, from the Department of Energy, and really driving these projects forward.
All right, Brody Sutherland, thanks so much for breaking that down. I wish we could talk so much more about this. We really appreciate having you on this Friday.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right, on this Friday, happening right now, we want to take you to a live look to the right of your screen there. You are taking a look at President Trump and the newly elected or mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani there. Now, it is no secret they have had, let's say, a war of words over the past couple of months. Let's listen in to see their first interactions at their meeting in the Oval Office. We'll listen together.
Said that Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, guys, what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state in Lebanon. And what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
You threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, to the mayor-elect. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though. And I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person, and I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control, and he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
All right, we've been listening in together as the New York City Mayor-elect Erroll Mamdani meeting with President Donald Trump inside the Oval Office. He's still taking questions there, which is an interesting day. We've all been talking leading up to this point. No question there that there has been a little bit of tension between the president and the now mayor-elect. He ran against former Governor Andrew Cuomo there after Eric Adams, who was the former mayor, dropped out of that race. It was a very contentious race, a very tight race there. But really leading up to this moment there, just kind of seeing it, they got around 3 o'clock. They went to the White House again. They're in the Oval Office. We've seen some exchange of words even on election night when the mayor-elect won. But we saw one thing that they agree on, and that is a safe New York. York. It looks like they say they will work together. Of course, you know, they have very different political backgrounds and beliefs and systems there, but they say they want a safer New York City and moving forward with that. So, of course, we'll keep an eye out on this. We'll keep an eye out on this news conference to see if anything else comes out of it as we move forward. All right, back closer to home, how does free gas sound? I know that sounds pretty good to me. If you're in luck or if you want to, you can go out tomorrow morning. It's in Clayton County, I believe, or College Park at the Chevron. It's on Old National Highway. Chris Rosenthal is out there. All right, look, you say free gas, no strings attached. People want to know. Walk us through, Chris. How can we get it?
And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want
the Mega Faith Center, they are putting this on. They are sponsoring this here at the Chevron off Old National Highway, just south of 285. This will be tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Free gas. They've donated the money for the fuel, and you know, until they run out of funds, and that's about you know, a maximum of $50 per gas tank. You'll show up, and volunteers from the church will pump your gas, so it'll be like a full service gas station as well. And you can imagine it's going to be very busy. I'm here with Pastor Jesse Sims. He is the pastor of Mega Faith Center, and just tell me, Pastor, how did you guys, you know, why free gas?
Why free gas? The idea came about to do something for the community where that we can bring city leaders and faith-based together to support the people in the community. Everybody needs gas.
Yeah, and everybody needs gas right now with the holidays. People are heading out of town, huh?
Yeah, so we picked that weekend because we know that people are going away for Thanksgiving, so they're our gift to give back to people so they can make it home.
That's right. That way they can go home with a full tank. And of course, you guys have partnered with College Park.
Yeah.
They're helping you guys out. Their police will be out here, you say, and then South Fulton police will be out here because obviously you expect some lines, huh?
Yeah. We partner up with the College Park, with College Park PD and South Fulton, so we're gonna make sure that everybody is protected and everybody can get their gas.
That's right. Thank you, Pastor Jesse Sims. It'll be at again tomorrow, 10 a.m. at the Chevron off of Old National. Just to kind of give you a lay of the land, what they'll do is they'll have cars coming down here in the parking lot that's behind, and that's where you'll kind of line up and start, and then they'll bring you around. First come, first serve. So come here early. They recommend getting here around 8:30, maybe even earlier. So,
you know, Chris, we've seen in cases like this, some people line up the night before, people line up way early in the morning hours. First of all, thanks for bringing in Pastor Sims. I thought he said something so beautiful and poignant. He says he wants to bring people together. It's their gift from the Mega Faith Church there in College Park. And they picked this weekend, which is so important there. A lot of people, we talked about earlier in the week and last weekend on our show, that a lot of people, because of the shutdown, because of all the issues that we've seen with TSA, a lot of people will be behind the wheels there. So $50 gas cards, Old National 5110 Old National Highway, College Park, starts at 10 a.m. Chris Rosenthal, thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right, when we come back, we'll have our call of the week. Stick with us. All right, welcome back. We've had such a good time on this Friday wrapping up the week, but of course we have to get to the call of the week. Before we go, Eli Jordan standing by. All right, you're at Harrelson at Carrollton. Walk us through. We want to know what's going on tonight.
It's the final High Five Sports. It's in your face. Yes, it's a playoff game tonight. Harrison is coming to the Carrollton Trojans. Now Harrison, they're the Hilltoppers. They're also called the Hoyas. I don't know what that is, but they are 10-1. Carrollton is 11-0, and they both have high-powered offense, so it should be a very, very, very interesting game. One thing I noted, though, seems like during the postseason, I'm always here at Carrollton, and on their scoreboard there, out of the since 1959, they've made the playoffs 54 times. So, yeah, I do recognize this place. But also, too, though, I want to show you the stadium real quick. This is Charlie Grisham Field. Who's Charlie Grisham? Well, he was the head coach of Carrollton back in started in 1958. He was here for 3 decades, and he won 16 regional titles and 5 state championships. And that's how you get your name on a stadium. And they renamed it in 1974, and it holds about 8,000 people, and it was remodeled in 2008. Now, University of West Georgia has used this a whole lot back up until about 2008, and that's when they got their stadium built. But tonight, the final program of High Five Sports for the 2025 season is tonight. Comes on at 11 o'clock. There's no game tonight on Fox, so 11 o'clock. Watch, and you will see some of the best highlights there is in Atlanta. So check it out. 11 o'clock tonight. It's in your face.
It is in your face. All right. I looked up what a Hoya is before we go. It says that it is a bulldog. So I believe they are the Bulldogs, kind of like an English bulldog.
Gotcha.
All right. Thanks so much, Eli, and thank you for joining us. It's been a great time here on this Friday as we walk you through some of our big headlines. As well, we want you to stay with us. Christine Spiro, Fox 5 News at 4 begins right after this break, and have a good weekend.
Fox 5 News at 4 starts right now.
The murder of my daughter and my son-in-law was not a random act. It was premeditated and intentional. Amber was my only child, and now I'm so lost without her.
A man has been sentenced for killing a firefighter and his wife. Hear from the judge who spoke in court on the seriousness of this case. FBI Atlanta cracking a major fentanyl bust. We're going to hear from officials about that takedown. And the Thanksgiving travel season is officially here, and Hartsfield-Jackson International has geared up. We're going to take a look at airport operations. But first, an early morning call about someone being held against their will ends with an exchange of gunfire and a suspect critically wounded. Good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us for Fox 5 News at 4. I'm Christine Spiro. That shooting happening at around 5:30 on Erroll Drive. Let's go to Fox 5's Kim Luffler, who has been working to learn more about this incident all day. She joins us from the scene in DeKalb County now with more. Kim?
Well, Christine, investigators have been on scene here for hours trying to piece together exactly what happened. We're told those shots were fired in this brick home just to the right. This all started at around 5:30 Friday morning. DeKalb County Police got called to Erroll Drive in the Gates at Stonecrest subdivision to reports of a person held against their will. A neighbor says a mother and son were inside.
I was told that the mom and the son were already escorted out of the house before the shooting started. There was supposedly another woman in the house. That's what I was told, because he was escorted out the house telling the cops not to go inside because there was a crazy person inside, and they went inside, and then the shooting unfolded.
DeKalb County Police say when they got on scene, officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect. They say the suspect got shot and was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. No officers got injured. Cupid says he heard 4 to 6 shots.
Get low, stay away from the windows and whatnot, so that way, I don't get struck or no one in my household gets struck.
DeKalb County Police requested the GBI to investigate the shooting, which is standard procedure. Right now, it's still unclear who the suspect is or what led up to the incident. The GBI confirms they are investigating the shooting, but don't have any additional information at this time. Live this afternoon in DeKalb County, Kim Luffler, Fox 5 News.
All right, hopefully they'll get some clues and try to piece this all together. Thanks so much, Kim. This afternoon, a Cobb County Superior Court judge sentenced the man convicted in the deaths of a Cherokee County firefighter and his wife. That man is Matthew Scott Lanz, and after a 3-day bench trial, the judge found him guilty in the murder of Justin and Amber Hicks in 2021. Superior Court Judge Sonia Brown sentenced Lanz to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus another life sentence and more time for related crimes. Judge Brown spoke on the severity of the case at the sentencing.
First, there are no words that I can say to the family and friends that are going to fill the void in your hearts, and I recognize that. There is nothing that I can do or a sentence that can replace the ache in your spirit. But it is my hope, and my sincere hope, that you can take, even if it's just a small step, forward towards healing.
Lanz waived his right to attend the sentencing hearing. He has the right to appeal the sentence, but we don't know if he will do so at this time. Police in Clayton County need help finding this man on your screen. They say he's wanted as a person of interest for a shooting at a Shell gas station on Anvil Block Road. This happened back in August. Investigators say 21-year-old Emil Jones was shot and killed. Officers say the man was seen following Jones prior to the shooting and then running from the scene. In Southwest Atlanta, investigators have now made an arrest in connection to a deadly stabbing. Police have charged Rory Armorer Clark with murder and aggravated assault. Earlier this month, police were called to Grady when a person showed up at the hospital with stab wounds. Investigators say the 39-year-old victim died from his injuries. Police say the stabbing happened on Roy Street near Welch Street. In Cobb County, police are investigating a shooting at an apartment complex that left one man hospitalized. Officers were called to the Rockledge Apartments on Powers Ferry Road last night. When they arrived, they found the man shot, and medics took him to the hospital. Detectives detained one person at the scene, but they are still working to determine his role in the incident. New at 4, Duluth police have arrested a man accused of a hit and run that critically injured his passenger. Officers have charged Samuel Contreras Garcia with hit and run, resulting in serious injury, reckless driving, failure to maintain lane, and driving without a license. The crash happened Sunday at the intersection of Buford Highway and Duluth Highway. Police found a silver sedan pinned between a traffic signal pole and a utility pole. The crash ejected a front seat passenger from the vehicle. Medics took that victim to the hospital in critical condition. Investigators say surveillance showed Garcia getting out of the damaged vehicle and running away. A man is dead after police say he was hit by a car in Buckhead. This happened last night at the intersection of Piedmont and Peachtree Roads. Medics rushed that man to Grady in critical condition, but he later died from his injuries. Investigators will now try to figure out what led to this accident. Major concerns in a Gwinnett County community after a number of unmarked cars and masked officers swarmed the Indian Trail Court strip mall. Several people were taken into custody, and officers towed away a red truck and searched businesses in the plaza. News of the operation quickly spread in the local Hispanic community. They started videotaping the officer out of concern this could be an ICE operation.
People in masks, people in, they don't even seem like they were in uniform. I mean, they had sneakers, ripped jeans. I mean, you can't tell me that they're officers.
Our police officers here wearing ski masks, and that would worry the community. And we're just here trying to protect our people.
The officers wore ballistic vests that identified them as Gwinnett police. So far, it's not clear why the officers were there and why they conducted this raid. But Gwinnett County confirms it was not an ICE raid. Let's talk weather now as we look live here at the King and Queen building. Over Sandy Springs, we've seen more cloud cover than sunshine today as we are ending this week, but still, what a nice week of weather we've been enjoying. Meteorologist Lauren Robinson standing by with a look at what to expect further into the evening. Lauren.
Yeah, we had a lot of cloud cover out there, but we still got plenty hot. And by that, I mean, we broke a record for our heat today. We made it to 79 degrees in downtown Atlanta so far. Our record high for the day was 77 degrees last set in 2011. So if it felt abnormally hot out there today, and really the last few days, that's because it was. So now we go down in the record books today with these temperatures as warm as they've been. Most of North Georgia made it into the upper 70s. We did have a couple of areas off to the west that were a bit cooler, and that's likely due to those rain showers pushing in from the west. We've seen a high of 71 degrees in Carrollton, 78 so far in LaGrange. Even up in Blairsville, very warm, 74 degrees there right now, and we've seen some 80s as you push your way further east. Now, as we take a look at our Viper radar, here's the scattered showers pushing in from the west as promised this afternoon, and as we go into the evening, we're going to watch for a few isolated storms as well. But right now, most of the activity is on the Alabama side of the line there. We're seeing quite a bit of showers down in Columbus, but as they make their way into North Georgia, we're seeing some showers across Rome, some showers across LaGrange, and then just a few raindrops as you make your way further eastward. So we're going to continue to monitor that as we go through the rest of the evening, and all of this continues to move its way eastward. Now, as it does, we are expecting the majority of the active weather to fall west of Georgia, but we do have some areas under a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather this evening. Some of that does push its way into the far northwestern corner of the state, where we're looking for these green areas to have those damaging winds gusting up to around 60 miles per hour, heavy downpours, and maybe an isolated tornado. But you'll notice most of the viewing area not included in this risk. So coming up in my full 7-day forecast, I'll walk you through what we're expecting from the storms today and the cooler weather for Thanksgiving. Christine?
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. We'll see you in a few. State, local, and federal law enforcement agencies take down a drug trafficking operation in Clayton County. 2 defendants are behind bars now. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is live at FBI headquarters in Chamblee with more of this massive drug bust. Deidre?
That's right, Christine. Law enforcement officials telling us this afternoon that they have disrupted a massive drug trafficking operation with the arrest of 2 individuals that they busted at an Airbnb in Forest Park on November 14th. Now, federal law enforcement officials say this operation was the work of state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies as part of a newly formed federal Homeland Security task force. Now, that task force operating in Georgia and nationwide. Now, this is video of the drugs, cash, and a firearm that was seized in the Forest Park raid. A total of 21 kilos of fentanyl and $380,000 in cash recovered. Defendants Rico DeVille Bus and David Esteban Montillo Diaz are charged with conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl. Now, this prosecution, we're told, is part of the Homeland Security Task Force initiative established by President Trump, dedicated to eliminating cartels, foreign gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations here in the U.S. and abroad.
Because just 2 milligrams of fentanyl is a lethal amount, 21 kilograms is enough fentanyl to kill millions of people, and its street value is nearly $500,000.
And we are told that both of the suspects in the Forest Park case were apprehended there at that Airbnb and are now in federal custody. That's the latest here in Chamblee. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Deidre, thanks so much. The FAA announces a $10,000 bonus, but not everyone is going to qualify for it. The latest on who is getting the big checks.
I'm Tyler Fingert, live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The Thanksgiving travel rush is here. What you need to know just ahead.
We expect a record number of travelers will hit the skies this Thanksgiving. Airlines project more than 31 million people will fly over the holiday. Here's a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where things will be bustling inside. Airport officials say more than 4 million of those passengers will pass right through our airport, but they say no record will likely be broken. They blame that on the government shutdown, which ended last week. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is live at the airport with more details. Tyler.
Yeah, Christine, good afternoon to you. Today is expected to be one of the busiest time periods of the Thanksgiving travel rush. Take a look behind me. The security lines have fluctuated throughout the day, but for the most part have been moving quickly despite the expected big crowds. The man in charge of this airport says uncertainty after the shutdown means less passengers will pass through ATL this holiday, even though airlines and the TSA expect to break records.
Safe travels, everyone. Safe travels.
An airport where busy is the baseline. The Thanksgiving travel rush at Hartsfield-Jackson International is off to a smooth start.
Pleasantly surprised to see 7 minutes, the waiting here at the checkpoint.
The world's busiest airport expects more than 4 million travelers to pass through from now until the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. The Monday after the holiday could be the busiest day with more than 375,000 passengers expected.
It's the Super Bowl period for the airport, so we're all excited.
While the airport says a lot of people will be here, it likely won't break records thanks to the longest government shutdown in history.
Last year, the forecast was a little higher. This period is down a little bit again because some people are uncertain after the shutdown.
While the airport expects less travelers this year, Delta Airlines, Atlanta's largest carrier, says Thanksgiving travel will be on par with last year. For those traveling, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy says weather could impact plans.
Rain chances spike right before the Thanksgiving holiday. We're looking at Tuesday and Wednesday for the biggest showers to move through. A dry weekend to start, but look at that. A wall of water comes rolling across the Mississippi, and it will impact ground and air travel just days before the holiday begins.
Through it all, ATL's Operations Center will be standing by.
And you need fire or police.
The people in this room are the eyes and ears of the airport, rain or shine. They monitor more than 3,600 cameras and answer every emergency call 24/7. Following 2 recent security scares, the airport's general manager has this message for travelers.
Passengers should feel comfortable coming to the airport. They should feel that they will be safe.
And while ATL expects less people this Thanksgiving travel period, the TSA says it could break some records nationwide. The biggest piece of advice, get here early, at least 2.5 hours before your domestic flight and 3 hours before your international flight. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport this afternoon. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
All right, Tyler, thanks for that update. For those of you who do not have a real ID yet, it could cost you at the airport if a proposed rule gets approved. The Department of Homeland Security and the Transportation Security Administration suggests charging travelers $18 at airport security checkpoints if they don't have acceptable identification, which includes a real ID or a passport. The TSA says the fee would cover the cost of its modernized alternative identity verification program. We now know a total of 776 air traffic controllers and technicians will only get the $10,000 bonus from the Federal Aviation Administration for maintaining perfect attendance at their jobs during the government shutdown. Of the 776 receiving bonuses, more than 300 of them are members of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, which has expressed concern that other controllers working during the shutdown won't be rewarded. The union says it hopes to work with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to find a way to do so. All right, let's talk weather. That's going to be the big story here now, probably through Thanksgiving weekend. Everybody wants to know what it's going to be like traveling.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. We are going to see some showers and storms push through tonight, and then they wrap up by early tomorrow. But then we do have another round coming in just ahead of the holiday, and as we were saying, could impact that travel as you're heading to your destinations for Thanksgiving. Right now, we have a live look outside. This view is dry, but you can see that heavy cloud cover, and it's really been around all day. Despite that cloud cover, we've been able to get pretty warm, record-breaking, in fact, once we reached a high of 79 degrees and broke our record high of 77 degrees last set in 2011. Right now, 73. We're cooling down a little bit, especially as those showers move in. We're still very cloudy but dry downtown. Now, we have relative humidity at 59%, not quite as bad as it was yesterday, but still pretty muggy. And we have winds coming in from the west-southwest at 8 miles per hour. Now, as we take a look at our Viper radar, this is where those showers are coming in from the west, starting to push into portions of Georgia. We're seeing some heavier showers from Columbus all the way up through LaGrange, and then we're seeing some showers start to push their way into Rome. This will continue to move its way eastward as we go through the rest of the evening, and as it does so, we're looking for a couple of isolated storm chances, but most of that storm activity is looking to fall across the western line here into Alabama. As we take a wider view at what's happening in the sky roll, we're going to see those showers continue continue on and off through early tomorrow morning. Behind that, we're looking for a cool front to push through, and that'll clear our skies as we go into Saturday afternoon. It's not going to change our temperatures Saturday, but as we go into Sunday, it will bring some cooler weather, and that's when we'll be under the influence of this high pressure system that's going to bring sunny conditions all the way until our next system starts to approach as we move closer into Tuesday. Now, as we take a closer look at what we're expecting through the rest of the evening, here's those scattered showers that we're going to watch for. They're going to be on and off. We're not looking for any real continuous rainfall, but some on and off rain showers, and within them we could see a pop-up storm. We're looking for the bigger storm chances to fall late tonight and into the overnight hours. That's going to roughly be between 10 p.m. tonight into around maybe 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. As most of us are out and about early tomorrow, it looks like we'll get another little cell or two of storms across the far northern counties, but the vast majority of us will start to dry out. That cloud cover will move out through the afternoon, and we'll see those temperatures in the middle 70s yet again Saturday afternoon, cooling into the 50s by around midnight Saturday night. As far as severe weather is concerned, we're looking for the stronger weather to fall west of Georgia, mostly in Alabama and into Tennessee, but we can't rule out a couple of those storms making it into Georgia, especially across the northwestern corner. The green areas are a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather. We're looking for our biggest threats to be gusting winds up to around 60 miles per hour, some periods of heavy downpours, and an isolated tornado is possible, but you will notice the vast majority of our viewing area is not included in that risk. Overnight, while we're still watching for those showers and storms, lows remain pretty mild. We only fall into the low 60s, which is about 20 degrees warmer than our overnight lows, typically of this time of year. Tomorrow afternoon, we stay warm, temperatures in the middle 70s, above average yet again, and we stay above average for the next several days. That's going to be even through the second half of the weekend. Once the sunshine returns and that slightly cooler weather settles in, we stay in the low 70s through Tuesday. Tuesday night into Wednesday is when we're expecting that next system to come in right before Thanksgiving. It's going to do two things. It's going to bring more showers. It's also going to drop our temperatures. So by the time we're heading out for Turkey Day, it'll dry up again, but we are looking for those temperatures to max out in the upper 50s to low 60s for our Thanksgiving holiday. Christine?
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Time now for a look at Skyfox traffic in the evening rush hour. We are following some trouble on the West Expressway at 285. This is a live look at the scene where one right lane is blocked. Delays are heavy. Expect brake lights as far back as Lowry Boulevard. We're also following some trouble on the south side perimeter. This is a live look at 285 eastbound at Clark Howell Highway. An earlier crash has just cleared from the 3 left lanes. We're still seeing some lingering delays here, but those are clearing quickly. Federal investigators blame structural damage for a deadly UPS plane crash in Kentucky. More on that story just ahead.
You can listen to Fox 5 live on the Fox 5 Radio 1 network. Just tune your HD radio to 107.9 HD2 FM.
Federal investigators releasing new photos showing the final moments before a UPS plane crashed in Kentucky this month. More than a dozen people were killed. The NTSB says structural issues may be to blame. Fox's Steve Harrigan has the latest developments in the case.
2 weeks after a deadly UPS plane crash in Kentucky, federal investigators are revealing what went wrong. The National Transportation Safety Board releasing a preliminary report showing cracks within hardware that held one of the engines. Dramatic images show the left engine separating from the wing before flying up and into the fuselage and turning the plane into a fireball.
The NTSB is focusing on the engine pylon. That is what mates the engine to the wing itself. And they're looking at the aft portion of that engine pylon where fatigue cracks were identified, which eventually failed during the accident flight.
The plane eventually took off, but got only 30 feet in the air before crashing into a petroleum recycling facility. 3 pilots on board were killed, along with 11 more people on the ground.
Once that engine separated, it began to move upward, and then it departed, and then we have a fire. You're not going to survive that.
Investigators say the MD-11 plane last underwent inspection in October of 2021. But a detailed inspection of its hardware was not expected for another 7,000 flights. The Federal Aviation Administration has since grounded all MD-11s until they can be examined and repaired.
Then they'll determine what the actual inspection protocol is and what the remedial action will be to get the airplanes returned to service.
The final federal report with safety recommendations is expected within 1 year. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
This is Doug Evans in Coweta County. Coming up on Fox 5 News, a 15-year-old is stabbed. An 18-year-old is under investigation and arrested, charged with aggravated assault. We'll tell you more about this teen violence coming up.
All right, well, showers are pushing in from the west. We're monitoring our Viper radar and looking for some storms later this evening. I'll have those details in addition to your Thanksgiving forecast coming up after the break.
Taking a look at our top stories on this Friday, an early morning call about someone being held against their will ends with an exchange of gunfire and a suspect critically wounded. The shooting happened at the Stonecrest subdivision on Erroll Drive in DeKalb County. Police say when they arrived, officers exchanged gunfire with the man. The man was shot and medics rushed him to the hospital. No officers were injured. State, local, and federal law enforcement agencies took down a drug trafficking operation in Clayton County. 2 defendants are behind bars now. Federal officials in Atlanta have called it one of the most significant drug seizures in the region's history. Authorities say the amount of fentanyl recovered posed an extreme danger to communities across metro Atlanta. We expect a record number of travelers will hit the skies this Thanksgiving holiday. Airlines project more than 31 million people will fly over the holiday. Hartsfield-Jackson officials say more than 4 million of those passengers will pass through Atlanta's airport, but it says no record will likely be broken. It blames the government shutdown, which ended last week. New at 4, a Noonan teen is recovering after being stabbed several times in a fight. Noonan police say they've arrested a suspect, or the suspected attacker, who is 18 years old. Fox 5's Doug Evans has the story.
Police were called to the emergency room of Piedmont Noonan Hospital, where they learned a 15-year-old boy had been stabbed several times. They didn't have to look far for the suspect. Noonan police say Gerald Dwayne Magby lives just a couple blocks over from the victim here in Noonan. They say they have charged the 18-year-old with aggravated assault. Turns out he's a good friend of the victim, and for whatever reason, those 2 teens got into it here, and police say Magby pulled a knife.
Yes, they're 2 friends that know each other well, and one friend went over to the other's home in the morning, like he had done several times, where he knew the parents by name, and they greeted him. They walked out. He walks into the garage. A fight ensues inside between the 2. And he ends up stabbing the victim in the living room of his house.
The weird part is that neither teen has cooperated with the police to tell them what they were fighting about, so police say they still don't understand the motive for the stabbing. Magby is facing a very serious felony charge of aggravated assault. And because he is 18 years old, he's being housed at the Coweta County Jail. I'm Doug Evans, Fox 5 News in Coweta County.
We do have breaking news in southwest Atlanta now. That's where police are investigating a shooting near the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive. Officers say they found a man with a gunshot wound there. Police have not said what led to the shooting, but they are actively investigating, as you see here on the scene. Again, this is McDaniel Street and Northside Drive. We got police tape up as this investigation continues. They have also not said if they have any leads on a gunman. We'll keep watching this investigation and keep you updated right here on Fox 5. Meteorologist Lauren Robinson back with us now to talk some weather. I can't believe the week of weather we've had. Like, my AC has been on heat, then on cool. Like, what do we do here?
I know, it's really hard to plan for this. We've been on a really big roller coaster of weather here. Yeah. And it's going to continue all the way through our Thanksgiving holiday, guys. But the good news is if you want, like, that cozy Thanksgiving sweater or maybe that post-dinner robe.
It's going to get there?
Yeah, I think you might need it. Okay. It's going to be pretty chilly, at least compared to the warm weather we've been seeing. It's going to be a big shock to the system. Now, as we take a look at our current Viper radar, this is where we are seeing those scattered showers push their way in from the west. Most of the activity from these showers and storms will fall in Alabama and into Tennessee, but we are going to look for those showers to move their way through North Georgia. We're seeing some heavier rainfall from Columbus through LaGrange. As we zoom into our viewing area here, this is where we can see those showers moving from Rome into LaGrange, heading their way through Canton and Jasper. We've also seen some just kind of push their way south of LaGrange here. So we're going to continue to watch for all of these showers. We do have a couple of raindrops across metro Atlanta and to the northeast, but the system will continue to move eastward. And as it does, we're going to watch for some storms to develop later tonight. We can see that here on our hour-by-hour forecast. We go through the rest of the evening. Showers continue to be very on and off, hit or miss. We're not looking for any any sort of continued rainfall tonight, but as we go through the overnight hours, that's when our chances for some storms will increase. Now, we are looking for maybe some lightning and thunder, some gusty winds, but again, the heavier activity is looking to fall further west. This all mostly moves out by tomorrow morning. We're going to look for a trailing storm or two early Saturday, but outside of that, we're going to start to clear out pretty quickly by Saturday afternoon. So those temperatures will be able to reach the middle 70s yet again, and then we're in the upper 50s by Saturday midnight. As we take a look at what's in store for the severe weather outlook, this is where we say most of the activity will be further west in Alabama and into Nashville. That's where we have a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather, but just a little bit of this has pushed its way into far northwest Georgia, and this is where we're looking for some damaging winds, maybe gusting up to 60 miles per hour. We're looking for some periods of heavy downpours and maybe an isolated tornado chance, but you will notice most of the viewing area not included in any of this risk. As far as rainfall totals, most of us won't see a whole lot of rain pile up. We'll just see those showers on and off. This does have some high isolated totals, and really that depends on where those storms set up overnight, but overall most of us can expect less than 1/4 of an inch with some isolated totals up to 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rain by early tomorrow. Now, those temperatures will continue to fall over the next few days. We're going to see those lingering showers early tomorrow. Behind that, sunshine returns, temperatures in the middle 70s. We drop into the low 70s for the start of the next week, and then our next system comes in right before our Thanksgiving holiday. Tuesday into Wednesday, we're looking for that system to bring two things. We're looking for some scattered rain showers Tuesday into Wednesday. We're also looking for temperatures to drop. So we go from the low 70s Tuesday to the upper 60s Wednesday, and by Turkey Day, we're looking for drier but breezy conditions. These highs likely maxing out in the upper 50s. We're going to be quite a bit cooler for our Turkey Day. Christine?
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Time now for another look at Skyfox traffic in the evening rush. We're still following some trouble on the West Expressway. This is a live look at a crash on I-20 westbound at 285. Two right lanes were blocked earlier, but crews have moved this crash over to the right shoulder. All lanes are back open. We're still seeing some lingering delays with brake lights backed up to Langhorne Street. Over on 285, we're starting to see some heavy volume delays in the southbound lanes. Right now, drivers can expect a 20-minute ride from the Cobb Cloverleaf down to I-20. Families getting ready to gather for Thanksgiving tonight. Experts are sharing tips on how to stop the spread of germs during the busy holiday season. And be aware of holiday scams. Visa reveals the 5 ways hackers are looking to target consumers. Some Henry County residents received box meals today thanks to Southern Grace Hospice and Tan Tea Meals. The county hosted a food giveaway this morning at J.P. Mosley Park in Stockbridge. County officials say the food giveaway could not have happened without the help from the community. Southern Grace Hospice and T&T Meals donated turkey, ham, and chicken. They provided 2,000 box meals for people in need.
I do this because I'm committed to changing how hospices interact with the community. Hospice is not just about end-of-life care. We are here we should be a pillar in our community, in the entire state, in the entire nation. That's my goal.
This is Henry County's second food drive after their first just a few weeks ago during the government shutdown. It's a sign of the season as the traditional U.S. Capitol Christmas tree arrives on Capitol Hill. The 53-foot-tall red fir, nicknamed Silver Bell, comes from the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest in Nevada. Before making its way to Capitol Hill, the massive tree made several stops during its cross-country journey, including in Arizona, Texas, and Kentucky. After workers cut and trimmed some branches, the Christmas tree was eventually hoisted and placed on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol today, or officials rather say the tradition has gone on for 55 years. This week's better-than-expected jobs report throws into question whether the Federal Reserve could still lower interest rates next month. More on why some say we're still on track for another cut. And don't forget to join us tonight at 7 for The Pulse. We'll chat about the stories that have you talking, including a story about if it's okay not to invite sons-in-law or daughters-in-law on family vacations. You can join the conversation now by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to fox5atlanta.com/pulse. Questions have mounted over whether the Federal Reserve is still on track to cut interest rates again next month after this week's better-than-expected jobs report. Fox's Alexandria Hoff is in Washington with the latest.
Stocks opening Friday with a boost of optimism from New York Fed President John Williams. Williams saying in a speech from Chile he's still in favor of an interest rate cut in December.
It's imperative to restore inflation to our 2% longer run goal on a sustained basis. It's equally important to do so without creating undue risks to our maximum employment goal. Therefore, I still see room for a further adjustment in the near term.
This despite the latest jobs report showing better than expected growth. The economy adding 119,000 jobs in September, throwing into question whether the Federal Reserve is likely to now hold off on lowering borrowing costs.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers.
Last month, Fed Chair Jerome Powell cautioned a December rate cut wasn't a foregone conclusion. This as markets have taken a U-turn this month. The global sell-off amid fears of an AI bubble, putting the markets on track for their worst week since April. Still, the Trump administration says the U.S. is moving in the right direction under the Trump administration's economic policies.
You are going to see job numbers in the second half of next year that are going to blow you away.
The Fed's next meeting starts December 9th. In Washington, Alexandra Rayhoff, Fox News.
A credit card company warns of the top ways shoppers could get scammed this holiday season. Visa's annual holiday threats report highlights 5 ways hackers are looking to target consumers. So take a listen. For online shoppers, the company says beware of fake websites that look like real retailers as hackers copy sites to steal personal information. Other scammers send out texts about delivery issues. For those looking for a holiday job, the report warns some scammers put out fake job posts offering extra cash. Business experts say the fake listings often require a fee to apply. The report also highlights phishing schemes linked to travel opportunities and fake charities. While there's no place like home for the holidays, you might miss out on spending Turkey Day with friends and family this year if you wind up getting sick. To help ensure your immune system is in tip-top shape as we prepare to start the busy holiday season, doctors are sharing ways to combat the spread of germs. Fox News' Chris DeMayo reports.
With Thanksgiving approaching, many people might be showing gratitude for their health. But with weather getting cooler and folks planning to attend more indoor functions, doctors say the chances for catching respiratory illnesses are going up. Young children, the elderly, and those with compromised immune systems can face higher risks. But there's some strategies to help keep your body's defenses strong.
If you haven't gotten your flu vaccine, get it, as well as your COVID vaccine.
Besides staying up to date with vaccines, many doctors are stressing the importance of sticking to a solid sleep schedule, even though it can be hard if you'll be traveling a lot.
If you're feeling less tired, you're not going to be getting as sick.
And if you're taking public transportation to your holiday destinations, using hand sanitizer and wearing a face mask can add extra protection.
In case you are sitting beside someone that's might be starting to cough a lot. You don't know if they're getting over an illness or coming down with an illness.
Hosts can also leave windows cracked for extra airflow and encourage their guests to frequently wash their hands. But if you or someone you know is feeling sick,
you don't want to be the reason that a whole gathering of people get sick afterwards. So if you are sick, stay home.
Meanwhile, doctors also say regular exercise could be a great way to de-stress and strengthen your immune system this season. Chris DeMayo, Fox News.
Lifeguards save a fisherman who was caught in the waves. Justin Bieber helps out a stranded driver, and a restored Volkswagen bus becomes a symbol of hope after the California wildfires. Fox 5's Courtney Bryant joins us now with stories from across America today. Courtney.
Hey, Christine, we'll start today with a double homicide suspect who was stopped during a high-speed chase that happened Wednesday night southwest of Seattle. The local sheriff's office says a suspect in the car was involved in a drive-by shooting during which 2 teens were killed. SWAT was called in, but after a failed attempt to stop them, the suspect took off at over 100 miles an hour. SWAT officers forced the car to stop, ejecting the suspect, but were told he had only minor injuries and was taken into custody. Two lifeguards at La Jolla Beach in California rushed to save two spear fishermen who were trapped in a chaotic shore break. Lifeguard Patrick Mivane got to the victim just as another set broke over both of their heads. Then another lifeguard made it out past the waves and signaled for medical backup. They dragged the men back through the rough waters to shore. Pop singer Justin Bieber stopped to help a stranded motorist. The moment was captured in a viral social media video. The driver was recording himself venting about personal struggles when the pop star approached his broken down car on the side of the road. The man called the experience an unforgettable moment, adding that Justin even stopped to pray with him before leaving. That's very sweet. And take a look at this. A cherished classic car has become a striking symbol of survival after the recent California wildfires. The owner of a 1977 Volkswagen bus that got left behind during the devastating Palisades fire. The bus was damaged but not destroyed and was captured in a viral image. Volkswagen of America stepped in, offering a full restoration, seeing the bus as a sign of hope.
Could use some hope with those wildfires being so devastating, right?
Sure could, yeah.
For people. And who knew Justin Bieber just was in the right place at the right time?
He said, let me stop and pray for you. I mean, just, that was really nice.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Courtney. We'll be back after this.
If you have an Amazon Alexa-enabled device in your home, ask her to enable the Fox 5 Atlanta skill so you can get local updates anytime straight from Fox 5.
The Cumberland Community Improvement District in Cobb County has received a federal investment to launch a new autonomous shuttle network. The $6.6 million Federal Transit Administration award will fund the Cumberland Autonomous Mobility Network. It will connect people, jobs, and destinations across Metro Atlanta's Cumberland District. County leaders say the project will strengthen the region's leadership in advanced transit innovation.
This project is part of a larger project to add more mobility into Cumberland. The Cumberland Sweep adds walking and biking trails, and the autonomous shuttle system adds that mobility element so that people can move reliably, efficiently, and really adds that additional mobility to help people get around.
We expect the service will launch in 2027, so we'll be watching for that. All right, time now to take a look at what's ahead on Fox 5 News at 5. Fox 5's Eric Perry is standing by live in studio with a quick preview.
All right, TGIF, Christine. All right, here's what we're working on. The Thanksgiving holiday travel period has kicked off officially, and airport officials warn travelers about busy operations and housing affordability. A new study reveals Atlanta residents are moving into the suburbs to get better priced housing. All of that and so much more on Fox 5 News at 5. It starts right after the break.
Fox 5 News at 5 starts right now.
Well, an early morning emergency call ends in gunfire. Tonight at 5, what we're learning about the officer-involved shooting.
Plus, the most wonderful time of the year is almost one of the busiest times for travelers. We are live with a look at how our airport is getting ready.
But at this 5 o'clock hour, let's get you to some breaking news. A live look at a major police presence here. This is in southwest Atlanta. As we're told, they are investigating a shooting.
And this is near the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive. Atlanta police say one man was shot. That man is wounded, but conscious, alert, and breathing. We're working to learn more details. We'll stay on top of this and give you any updates when we get them. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight for Fox 5 News at 5. I'm Courtney Bryant.
Eric Perry in for Tom Haynes. In Clayton County, a Homeland Security task force busted a massive drug trafficking operation.
Law enforcement officers raided a rental home in Forest Park. 2 men into custody. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is live at FBI headquarters in Chamblee with more on the multi-agency operation. Deidre?
Yeah, authorities telling us this afternoon that those 2 defendants were actually picked up at an Airbnb in Forest Park on November 14th. We were told that the law enforcement officials recovered cash, fentanyl, and a firearm during that raid. They say that they recovered 21 grams of kilos of fentanyl and $380,000 in cash. Now, the state, local, and federal effort, part of a series of operations carried out by the newly formed Federal Homeland Security Task Force here in Georgia and nationwide. Defendants Rico Bice and David Esteban Mateo Diaz are charged with conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl. Now, both were apprehended at the residence and are in federal custody. The prosecution, part of the Homeland Security Task Force initiative established by President Trump, dedicated to eliminating cartels, foreign gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations here in the U.S. and abroad.
Here, the work of the HSTF in just a single night took millions of deadly doses of fentanyl off the street, denied the cartels more than $800,000 worth of drug proceeds between the cash seized and the value of the fentanyl seized, and led to the arrest of the two men who now face the prospect of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This is just the latest of many successes of the HSTF here in Atlanta.
And again, a huge operation there with 21 kilos of fentanyl recovered there on November 14th. Both of those individuals in federal custody. We're told by Clayton County Police that this investigation is ongoing. And that's the latest here in Chamblee. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Deidre, thanks so much. Let's take you to Duluth, where police have arrested a man accused of a hit and run. It critically injured the passenger in the car. Officers have charged Samuel Contreras Garcia with hit and run resulting in serious injury, reckless driving, failure to maintain lane, and driving without a license. This crash happened Sunday at the intersection of Beaufort Highway and Duluth Highway and ejected a front seat passenger. We're told medics took the victim to the hospital. They're in critical condition. Investigators say surveillance video shows Garcia getting out of the damaged vehicle and then taken off. Well, an early morning call about someone being held against their will ends with gunfire there. A suspect critically wounded.
That shooting happened around 5:30 on Erroll Drive. Fox 5's Kim Luffler has been working to learn more about this all throughout the day and has the latest.
Investigators have been on scene here for hours trying to piece together exactly what happened. We're told those shots were fired in this brick home there to the right. This all started at around 5:30 Friday morning. DeKalb County Police got called to Erroll Drive in the Gates at Stonecrest subdivision to reports of a person held against their will. A neighbor says a mother and son were inside.
I was told that the mom and the son were already escorted out of the house before the shooting started. There was supposedly another woman in the house. That's what I was told, because he was escorted out the house telling the cops not to go inside because there was a crazy person inside, and they went inside and then the shooting unfolded.
DeKalb County Police say when they got on scene, officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect. They say the suspect got shot and was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. No officers got injured. Cupid says he heard 4 to 6 shots.
Get low, stay away from the windows and whatnot, so that way, I don't get struck or no one in my household gets struck.
DeKalb County Police requested the GBI to investigate the shooting, which is standard procedure. Right now, it's still unclear who the suspect is or what led up to the incident. The GBI says it's continuing the investigation into this shooting. In DeKalb County, Kim Luffler, Fox 5 News.
Kim, thanks so much. Happening now in Cobb County, police are investigating a shooting. It was at an apartment complex. It sent one man to the hospital. Officers got the call to Rockledge Apartments. That's on Powers Ferry Road last night. When they got there, they found the man shot. Detectives say one person was detained at the scene. They're trying to figure out his role in the incident.
This afternoon, a man was convicted in the deaths of a Cherokee County firefighter and his wife. Matthew Lanz was sentenced after a 3-day bench trial, a judge finding him guilty in the murder of Justin and Amber Hicks in 2021. The judge sentenced Lanz to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus another life sentence and more time for related crimes. Amber Hicks' father spoke at the sentencing today as well.
First, there are no words that I can say to the family and friends that are going to fill the void in your hearts, and I recognize that. There is nothing that I can do or a sentence that can replace the ache in your spirit. But it is my hope and my sincere hope that you can take, even if it's just a small step, forward towards healing.
Lanz waived his right to attend the sentencing hearing. He has the right to appeal the sentence, but we don't know if he will do so.
All right, on this Friday, this is Lake Lanier here on this Friday. Seeing some of the clouds going on. I went outside just before the broadcast. Some sprinkles starting to slowly make its way down.
Yeah, trying to rain a little bit. We had some sunshine earlier in the day. Now there's not much sunshine out there. So a lot going on as we head into the weekend. Let's bring in meteorologist Lauren Robinson to talk about this. I mean, amidst all of this, Lauren, things are feeling pretty warm out there still.
Yeah, record-breaking, in fact. Today, our record high was at 77 degrees, last hit in 2011. We broke that record, so today we go down in the record books at 79 degrees. Most of the area reached the upper 70s. We even saw some 80s today out east. We had a high of 81 degrees in Covington and in Eatonton, 80 in Athens. A tad bit cooler out west where we maxed out at 68 degrees down in LaGrange, and that's because that area saw some showers earlier. And as we move up to Blairsville, we even had a high of 74 degrees there. So all around, it was a warm day. And as we go through the rest of our evening, we're going to see things start to switch up a bit. We're looking for those rain showers to move in from the west. They've been doing so through the afternoon hours, and as we move into this evening, that's where we're going to look for a few storms to pop up. Now, the biggest showers are mostly from LaGrange. They were pushing through Columbus and now making their way through Cordell, but as we zoom into our viewing area here, we can see some showers mostly along the I-85 corridor here, where you can see from Calhoun down through Marietta into Canton, and then just some sprinkles across Metro Atlanta. So we're going to continue to monitor this as we go through the rest of the evening. Now, as far as severe weather is concerned, off to the west is where most of the activity will be, but we do have a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather for those storms pushing through later tonight. You'll notice the far northwestern corner of Georgia is included in this, so we're going to watch for some winds, heavy downpours, and maybe an isolated tornado. Outside of that, we're going to continue to see these warm temperatures stick around through the rest of our evening and into our weekend. So we stay in the 60s through around midnight or so, and we're going to look for those showers, isolated storms to start to fizzle out early tomorrow. So coming up in my full 7-day forecast, I'll talk you more about the storms tonight and the cooler weather for our Thanksgiving. Guys?
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Well, we expect a record number of travelers will hit the skies this Thanksgiving as airlines project more than 31 million people will fly this holiday season. Let's get you to live at Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport.
Yeah, airport officials say more than 4 million of those passengers will pass through our airport. But they say maybe not as many as usual, blaming that on the government shutdown, which ended last week. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is live at the airport with the details. Tyler?
Yeah, Courtney, good evening to you. Today is supposed to be one of the busiest days of the Thanksgiving travel period here in Atlanta. Security lines have fluctuated throughout the day, but have been moving quickly despite the expected big crowds. The man in charge of this airport says uncertainty after the shutdown means less passengers will pass through ATL this holiday, even though airlines and the TSA expect to break records.
Safe travels, everyone. Safe travels.
An airport where busy is the baseline. The Thanksgiving travel rush at Hartsfield-Jackson International is off to a smooth start.
Pleasantly surprised to see 7 minutes the waiting here at the checkpoint.
The world's busiest airport expects more than 4 million travelers to pass through from now until the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. The Monday after the holiday could be the busiest day with more than 375,000 passengers expected.
It's the Super Bowl period for the airport, so we're all excited.
While the airport says a lot of people will be here, it likely won't break records thanks to the longest government shutdown in history.
Last year, the forecast was a little higher. This period is down a little bit again because some people are uncertain after the shutdown.
While the airport expects less travelers this year, Delta Airlines, Atlanta's largest carrier, says Thanksgiving travel will be on par with last year. For those traveling, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy says weather could impact plans.
Rain chances spike right before the Thanksgiving holiday. We're looking at Tuesday and Wednesday for the biggest showers to move through. A dry weekend to start, but look at that. A wall of water comes rolling across the Mississippi, and it will impact ground and air travel just days before the holiday begins.
Through it all, ATL's Operations Center will be standing by.
And you need fire
our police.
The people in this room are the eyes and ears of the airport, rain or shine. They monitor more than 3,600 cameras and answer every emergency call 24/7. Following 2 recent security scares, the airport's general manager has this message for travelers.
Passengers should feel comfortable coming to the airport. They should feel that they will be safe.
And while ATL expects less people this Thanksgiving travel period, the TSA says it could break some records nationwide. The biggest piece of advice if you are traveling during this time period, officials say get here at least 2.5 hours early for a domestic flight and 3 hours early for an international one. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, Thanksgiving always a busy time to travel. Tyler, thanks. A new report says moving out of the city to afford a house may get less practical. Ahead at 5, the new numbers we're breaking down for you.
This is Doug Evans in Coweta County coming up on Fox 5 News. A 15-year-old is stabbed. An 18-year-old is under investigation and arrested, charged with aggravated assault. We'll tell you more about this teen violence coming up.
And mass officers swarm a local community, sparking some major concerns. Next at 5, where we're learning about the law enforcement activity. We're back after the break. Welcome back. Major concerns in Gwinnett County, one community there, after a number of unmarked cars and mass officers swarmed the Indian Trail Court Strip Mall.
Several people were taken into custody, and officers towed away a red truck and searched businesses in the plaza. News of the operation quickly spread. People started videotaping officers out of concern it could be an ICE operation.
People in masks, people in, they don't even seem like they were in uniform. I mean, they had sneakers, ripped jeans. I mean, you can't tell me that they're officers.
Our police officers here wearing ski masks, and that would worry the community. And we're just here trying to protect our people.
Gwinnett County is denying claims that it was an ICE raid. The officers did wear ballistic vests that identified them as Gwinnett police. So far, it's still unclear why the officers were there and why they conducted the raid.
In southwest Atlanta, investigators have made an arrest in a connection to a deadly stabbing. Police have charged Rory Armorer Clark with murder and aggravated assault. Happened earlier this month when police got a call to Grady Hospital. The person there showed up with stab wounds. Investigators say the 39-year-old ultimately died from his injuries. Police say the stabbing happened on Roy Street near Welch Street. Well, a Noonan teen is recovering after being stabbed several times in a fight.
Noonan police say they've arrested the suspected attacker, who's 18 years old. Fox 5's Doug Evans has the story.
Police were called to the emergency room of Piedmont Noonan Hospital, where they learned a 15-year-old boy had been stabbed several times. They didn't have to look far for the suspect. Noonan police say Gerald Dwayne Magby lives just a couple blocks over from the victim here in Noonan. They say they have charged the 18-year-old with aggravated assault. Turns out he's a good friend of the victim, and for whatever reason, those two teens got into it here, and police say Magby pulled a knife.
Yes, they're two friends that know each other well, and one friend went over to the other's home in the morning, like he had done several times, where he knew the parents by name, and they greeted him. They walked out. He walks into the garage. A fight ensues inside between the two, and he ends up stabbing the victim in the living room of his house.
The weird part is that neither teen has cooperated with the police to tell them what they were fighting about, so police say they still don't understand the motive for the stabbing. Magby is facing a very serious felony charge of aggravated assault. And because he is 18 years old, he's being housed at the Coweta County Jail. I'm Doug Evans, Fox 5 News in Coweta County.
All right, let's get a check of the forecast as the clouds are starting to roll in.
Yeah, clouds, and we saw some sprinkles a little earlier, Lauren. Just wondering what that might materialize into as we're headed into the weekend.
Yeah, as we go through the rest of the evening, we are looking for more showers and storms, but that's after we saw record-breaking heat today. We go down in the history books for reaching 79 degrees, breaking our previous record of 77 degrees in Atlanta, last set in 2011. Now we move on to what's happening at the moment, and this is a look at our live Viper radar. We have these scattered showers continuing to push in from the west. The heaviest rain is falling mostly south of our viewing area, pushing its way south of Griffin through north of Cordell. It's going to continue to move its way into Macon. But as we zoom into our viewing area here, we do have some rain between Calhoun into Canton, Marietta, making its way toward Alpharetta, mostly north of Metro Atlanta. That's going to continue to move its way through, but that's not all we're expecting. We do have a few more rounds as we go through later this evening with a couple of storm possibilities. Now, this is all happening because we do have this low pressure system off to the northwest that's going to push its way through. As it does, it leaves a cool front behind it, and that's where we're seeing those scattered showers and isolated storms overnight into early tomorrow morning. As we go throughout our Saturday afternoon, that front passes. We start to clear on the back end of it, and we'll see some slightly cooler temperatures into Sunday despite the sunnier skies. We stay sunny as we move through Monday, but getting closer to Tuesday, we're looking for another round to push in Tuesday into Wednesday, and that can dampen your plans as you head into Thanksgiving. But making our way to this weekend, we're going to stay pretty warm Saturday and Sunday, middle 70s tomorrow, low 70s Sunday. We're looking for those trailing showers early Saturday. Behind that, we're going to get a lot of sunshine, and then as we go into Sunday, that sunny sky continues to sit around. So I will have details on the week ahead, including your Thanksgiving forecast, coming up in my full 7-day forecast. Stay tuned. Courtney.
All right, Lauren, thanks. And time now to take a look at Skyfox traffic in the evening rush hour. We're following some heavy delays on the right into Douglas County. We have a live look at I-20 westbound before Chapel Hill Road. That shot's a little fogged up, but we can tell you there was a crash. It had the far right lane blocked, and it looks like that still appears to be the case. You can see the emergency lights off there in the distance. Delays are heavy with only one lane of traffic able to get by at times. Drivers can expect delays backed up past Thornton Road. Take Highway 78 as your best bet.
A lot of folks move out to the country and the burbs looking to get more bang for the buck, but a new report says that's getting a bit harder. I'm Kevin Stewart. That story's coming up next, live.
Atlanta used to be a big bargain when it came to housing. You didn't have to earn a big paycheck to own a home.
Yeah, well, it's getting tough these days to do that, and a new report proves it. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart is live in Douglas County to break this down. Kevin.
Yeah, and according to this report, the big problem is income is not rising fast enough to match the cost of housing.
What is affordable housing anymore? Truly, you know.
Brittany Meekland knows it's all relative. After moving to Metro Atlanta, living with her parents in Coweta County, she wanted her own home. She looked in Coweta, Fayette, Douglas, Carroll.
To Milner. I was looking all over the place.
But had to hit the road to Hogansville in Troup County to find what she describes as a deal, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house on 8 acres. But again, it's all relative.
I purchased this home for $232,000, and if I had purchased this home pre-COVID, I could have gotten it for about $70,000.
Take a look at this map. You see all the red and orange? That's where the problem areas are, the suburbs and exurbs. According to analysis from the J.P. Morgan Chase Institute, between 2019 and last year, it says income growth for people between 25 and 44 and housing costs don't match up because costs are up over 60% outside of the city.
More like 40 or less in kind of the more urban or dense kind of downtown areas. And the income growth in those areas actually isn't in Atlanta that different. Like in some other cities, you see a little bit more of a difference between the income growth in those areas. In Atlanta, the income growth is roughly the same. It's really the change in housing costs.
Meekland's realtor points out rising hitting costs, property taxes, HOA fees.
The overall cost of the loan, how those loans are even set up, who's getting FHA or VA.
The experts agree the Atlanta area's popularity is a key dynamic in all of this. A lot of people want to be here, and there aren't enough housing options, causing supply and demand issues, pricing issues. But Meekland isn't complaining. She has what she needs, what she wants, at her price.
Gingerbread house.
I love it. But I said that from the minute we pulled in from the driveway.
All right, now if you take another look at metro areas with more than 5 million people, your Houstons, your Miamis, your Dallas, our issue is much worse. Reporting live in Douglas County, Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kevin, thanks so much. All right, still to come, there's a deal on the table to end the war in Ukraine. And the U.S. has put on the pressure for it to be accepted, what Ukraine would give up in that deal. Lauren.
All right, well, we're watching some scattered showers continue to push in from the west. That's going to stick around overnight, and with it, we're looking for a few storm chances. I'll have those details plus your Thanksgiving forecast coming up in my full 7-day forecast. Stay tuned.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country faces one of the most difficult points in its history. This follows reports that the U.S. has ramped up pressure on the country to sign off on a peace plan with Russia by next week or face consequences.
The plan would force Ukraine to give up more territory in the east, limit the size of its military, and agree to never join NATO. A second U.S. proposal does include NATO-style security guarantees for Ukraine against future attacks. Critics worry this latest plan still gives Russia the upper hand.
The president supports this plan. It's a good plan for both Russia and Ukraine, and we believe that it should be acceptable to both sides, and we're working very hard to get it done.
Putin has never agreed to a ceasefire. He's never realistically talked. All he's done is stonewall and play the United States for a sucker, and that's what he's doing right now.
Multiple reports say the White House wants the agreement done by Thanksgiving, or it may cut off intelligence sharing and weapons supplies to Ukraine.
Here in Georgia, Congressman Buddy Carter wants to increase the number of ICE agents and federal law enforcement in Atlanta. The Republican who represents the district that also includes Savannah wrote a letter to the Homeland Security Secretary saying the increase is needed because of what he describes as, quote, rising levels of illegal immigrants and increasing threats to public safety. His letter also cites one report that says nearly 500,000 illegal aliens are living in the Peach State, making Georgia 6th in the nation. Carter is a candidate in the U.S. Senate race looking to unseat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff. For the future mayor of New York City and self-described Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani had his first face-to-face meeting with President Trump today.
Fox's Rebecca Castro reports the two found common ground discussing affordability and public safety.
New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani was all smiles, stopping for pictures at Ronald Reagan National Airport before his big sit-down with President Trump.
And speak to him about challenges New Yorkers are facing living in the most expensive city in the United States of America.
The meeting comes after months of public sparring between the two, but with a cordial handshake in the Oval Office, they seem to be turning a new leaf.
I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people.
It was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City.
But there was an awkward moment when Mamdani was asked about his recent negative comments about the president, such as calling him a despot.
And what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers.
I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting.
The president seems impressed by some of Mamdani's ideas. While over on Capitol Hill, the House coincidentally scheduled a vote to condemn socialism, which passed with bipartisan support.
Socialism is wonderful. Communism is wonderful in theory. It's miserable in practice, and we know it.
Mamdani had a lot riding on this meeting after President Trump threatened to withhold federal funds from New York City. Time will tell if the discussions were enough to break the ice. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, this is a live look of our Omni camera as the sun is going down. Lauren, you know, it's so warm outside that I think the bees and the wasps are now coming back outside. I think they're getting a little confused there.
I mean, we're all confused, right? It's November. We're right on the precipice of Thanksgiving, and it's really warm out there.
I know. We could have had a pool day today.
Could
right?
have.
Yeah, we broke some records with our heat today. We made it to 79 degrees, breaking our existing record of 77 degrees, last set in 2011. So we go down in the record books for our heat. And as we go through the rest of the evening, we're going to cool down with some rain. That sun setting so quickly this time of year. That's the one thing that makes it not summer-like. But as you take a look at our current conditions, downtown Atlanta sitting at 72 degrees. We're dry but cloudy, and we have some winds coming in from the southwest at around 9 miles per hour. No rain downtown just yet, but as we go through the overnight hours, we're going to watch for more showers and a few isolated storms. As you take a look at our Viper radar, the heaviest rain has fallen mostly south of our viewing area through LaGrange and Columbus, now making its way toward Macon and into Dublin. But as we zoom into our viewing area across North Georgia, this is where we can see some showers between Canton into Alpharetta, and then a few light showers just kind of sprinkled all across metro Atlanta. Now, this isn't all we're expecting. As we go through the rest of the evening, we will see another round later tonight, and that's where we're going to look for those storm chances. We can also see that here on our wide view of our hour-by-hour forecast. Those showers and storms continue to push in from the west through early tomorrow morning. Behind that, a cool front pushes its way southward, and then behind it, we're going to start to clear out a bit, and those temperatures will drop Sunday afternoon, but just by a little. We're going to stay sunny on Sunday with that high pressure system taking over. That lingers into Monday, and then off to the west, that's where we're going to look for our next round of showers, pushing in Tuesday and into Wednesday, right ahead of our Thanksgiving holiday. As we take a closer look at what to expect, we go through the rest of the evening, and we're looking for those hit or miss rain showers. We get a little bit of a break before bedtime, but late tonight during the overnight hours, this is where we're expecting more of the lightning and thunder to accompany these rain showers. Now, we're going to see that overnight. Most of that pushes out by early tomorrow morning, but you could see a trailing storm here or there, mostly across the northern counties by early Saturday. That's about it for Saturday morning. As we go through noon and into the afternoon hours, the rain showers, even the cloud cover move on out. So tomorrow afternoon, we will be seeing some sunshine. We will be dry most of the day. Those temperatures in the middle 70s again, so it's going to be pretty warm out there, and we stay in the 50s through around midnight tomorrow evening. As far as severe weather is concerned, off to the west is where we're expecting most of the activity from tonight's storms. That's going to be through Alabama into Tennessee, but we do have the far northwestern corner of Georgia included in this level 1 out of 5 for severe weather. Those areas in green are looking for damaging winds, heavy downpours, maybe an isolated tornado. You'll notice most of our viewing area not included, but can't rule out a strong storm kind of popping up in our area overnight tonight and into tomorrow. As we take a look at our rainfall estimates, most of us not expecting a whole lot of rain with these showers that'll push through. Most of us will see under 1/4 of an inch with some higher totals, very isolated. I think this is overdoing it for Canton, but we are looking for maybe some isolated higher totals, maybe up to 1/2 an inch to an inch. Overnight tonight, those temperatures stay mild despite those rain showers and storms pushing through. We're only dropping into the low 60s for our lows, roughly 20 degrees warmer than we should be this time of year. We stay above average as we move into our Saturday afternoon, another day in the middle 70s. And with that cool front that pushes through Saturday, it drops our temperatures a little bit Sunday. So we'll stay in the low 70s through Tuesday. And then here's that next system that comes through right before Thanksgiving. It's going to do two things. It's going to bring more showers Tuesday into Wednesday. It's also going to drop our temperatures into the upper 60s. By Wednesday, we're looking at upper 50s for our Turkey Day. We're going to be drier here, but we're going to be breezy and chilly. Those temperatures might not even make it into the 60s as we're below average for the second half of next week, guys.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Let's get you a check of Skyfox traffic and your ride home there. We're following a closure downtown. All lanes in both directions on Northside Drive and McDaniel Street currently closed, being from a police investigation. We're hearing a shooting. Expect heavy delays in both directions. Use Peter Street or Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard to get around it.
The debate over data centers in DeKalb County rages on. Last night, the county zoning commission was set to vote on possible changes to regulations on data centers, but ultimately decided to delay the vote until December 16th. Many residents have concerns about water and energy use, but leaders believe the centers could help shape the future of technology and AI.
Well, the Cumberland Community Improvement District in Cobb County receiving a huge investment. The funds aim to help launch new transportation.
And the battle of regulating AI continues ahead while the White House looks to override some state laws.
You can listen to Fox 5 live on the Fox 5 Radio 1 network. Just tune your HD radio to 107.9 HD2 FM.
Well, the Cumberland Community Improvement District in Cobb County has received a federal investment to launch a new autonomous shuttle network. It's a $6.6 million federal transit administration award, and it will fund the Cumberland Autonomous Mobility Network. It will also connect people, jobs, and destinations across Metro Atlanta's Cumberland District. County leaders say the project will strengthen the region's leadership in advanced transit innovation.
This project is part of a larger project to add more mobility into Cumberland. The Cumberland Sweep adds walking and biking trails, and the autonomous shuttle system adds that mobility element so that people can move reliably, efficiently, and really adds that additional mobility to help people get around.
It's expected to launch in 2027.
Smyrna now has new restrictions on vape shops after a new ordinance passed. New businesses that sell e-cigarettes, vape devices, and products cannot be located within 1,000 feet of a school. The ordinance also bans new vape shops from opening within 1,000 feet of an existing vape shop.
These kids don't need any more encouragement to dealing with the overexposure they already have. So I'm thinking vape shops in the vicinity of schools, there's so much landscape, why can't we do it somewhere else?
Anything that we can prevent and kind of wait for our kids for this exposure, I think is a really good idea.
This new ordinance does not apply to existing vape shops, only new businesses.
Well, some states have passed laws addressing the future of AI. Next at 5, how the White House looks to override those laws and why they want to.
I'm Kelly Price, live at East Coweta High School. We've got cheer, we've got band for our game of the week. They're playing Walton, two of the teams that had two of the biggest upsets in the first week of the playoffs last week. They're facing each other tonight in our game of the week. We'll let the Marchant Indians take us to break.
All right, well, we're looking for some scattered rain showers tonight, some storms overnight, but I'll have details on the drier second half of our weekend ahead of a cool down for Thanksgiving. All of that just ahead.
And don't forget to join us tonight at 7 for The Pulse. We'll chat about the stories that have you talking. And tonight we're taking a look at if it's okay not to invite son-in-laws or daughter-in-laws on family vacations. Join the conversation now by scanning the QR code on your screen or head to fox5atlanta.com/pulse. Can't wait to hear what you have to say. We're back after the break. Welcome back. The Trump administration is holding off on an executive order targeting state AI regulations.
It comes as Congress tries to pass legislation of its own. Fox's Mark Meredith has more.
The White House says the AI race is on, but state lawmakers are pushing back, arguing the technology needs more regulation.
It's either going to be the United States or China. Currently, 80% of global demand for data centers is happening in these two countries.
Fox is told an executive order preempting state laws governing AI is on hold, at least for now. But if eventually signed, it may establish a task force within the Justice Department to challenge state regulations and potentially pull federal funding. The controversy comes as Republican lawmakers consider a possible moratorium of up to 10 years for state AI legislation. The measure may be included in the annual defense bill.
There are lots of folks who believe that states ought to have some input into these things. On the other hand, if you have states regulating an industry that operates across state lines, that also has implications for our economy.
I want AI to succeed. I want our country to be the leader of it. But right now, we've literally, despite having some really good bipartisan talks, not passed anything.
And the issue is complicated for voters, too. A new Fox News poll finds about half feel AI is a good thing in day-to-day life, but fewer say the same when thinking about their mental health and society overall.
Every technological revolution, there have been those who have said this is bad for us, but there have those who have said this will help transform us and make us more efficient.
While this has been a big debate on Capitol Hill for years and many bills have been introduced so far, no comprehensive legislation regulating the development of AI has been enacted on the federal level. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, let's talk about our weather once again with meteorologist Lauren Robinson. We got a few showers and sprinkles trying to make their way in here as we head into the weekend, Lauren.
Yeah, that's exactly right. After record-breaking heat this afternoon, we're seeing some showers push in from the west. Heavier rain mostly south of our viewing area, but we do have a couple of spots with some showers north of the metro where we're seeing some rainfall in areas like Roswell pushing its way into Alpharetta, and we're going to continue to see more showers continue to push their way in as we move through the rest of the evening. We could even see some storms overnight. Right now, though, downtown Atlanta, we're still pretty dry. A lot of cloud cover, very warm still, 72 degrees. And we have winds coming in from the southwest at around 9 miles per hour. As we go through the rest of the evening, this is where we could see those storms overnight. And as we're waking up early Saturday, most of us will start the day dry but very cloudy. We will watch for a couple of trailing isolated storms early Saturday. By noon, that's all moving out. We're going to get some sunshine tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures in the middle 70s again and falling into the 50s by midnight. Now, temperatures will stay warm again Saturday despite the early lingering showers, but as we go through the second half of our weekend, we get more sunshine. Temperatures drop into the low 70s. We stay in the low 70s through the middle of next week, where another system will bring more rain showers Tuesday into Wednesday, also going to drop our temperatures. So we'll dry out a bit by Thursday. We're going to stay breezy and cooler. It looks like our highs might max out in the upper 50s to low 60s for our Turkey Day.
All right, Lauren, thanks. The high school football season is approaching its climax.
This year is going by so fast. It's
really
week 2 of the playoffs, and tonight we have a big matchup for the Fox 5 game of the week. Walton versus East Coweta. Fox 5's Kelly Price joins us with a special look. All right, Kelly, we saw the band earlier today. Are they still behind you?
No, I'm actually here with the Raider team, which is another team that's actually going to put on a show on this field that we're going to see our game of the week a couple hours from now. Actually, we've got the Raider team, and I've got the coach, sponsor of this Raider team with me. Tell me about what you guys do for viewers and people like me who aren't familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. Raider is a highly competitive physical fitness team, and we compete across the state of Georgia. We've done 8 competitions this year. These guys, they've done extremely well. I have my captain here. It's Cadet Sergeant Gutierrez Vasquez, and my co-captain is Cadet Lance Corporal Kai Doty.
Wow. All right. So, Kai, I believe you're going to go through our lineup here. Tell me what we've got over here.
Yes, ma'am. First off, we got Gabriel Edwardson, and then we have Hudson, we have Lewandowski, we have Simmons, Cordell, Hartman, and then we have the Ellises.
Awesome. And then Michelle, I believe you're going to maybe lead us through what you guys kind of do as the Raider team.
Yeah.
She's mic'd up. She's going to let us know what's up.
Set up. Get in prison. Go.
She's telling them what to do.
Yeah.
Snap to it, man. All right, so explain to me what we're kind of seeing here.
This is a water jug relay. Usually the point is to just get water jugs to point A to point B.
Is there a time frame that you kind of have to get them in?
Yes, the fastest time would probably be 2 minutes for water jugs. Usually the rules are girls have 6 water jugs and boys have 8 water jugs.
And normally you guys compete not necessarily like on a football field like this. Like what is the, I guess, arena that you guys kind of normally work out of? It's maybe not this amount of distance, right?
No, yeah, the schools compete in the football field. They set up the water jug relay on a football field.
Okay. So tell me about, I guess, what does this kind of teach you guys? What do you learn from this?
I think we learn agility, diligence. They're really good at enduring these things, and I think that's what Raiders is all about, enduring.
Is it kind of a mindset thing?
Yes,
that's what
keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what this program, being a part of it, has kind of taught you the most?
Yeah, one step over the other, keep going.
Awesome.
We're going to be okay.
Awesome. Tell me about these competitions that you guys do. What's involved with that?
We have a lot of, it's mostly just endurance tests, seeing how much we can go. We run relays, we run water jugs, we do a lot of like obstacle courses. We jump over walls that are 8 feet, 10 feet, sometimes 6 feet. Sometimes we do a lot of like heavy lifting in the competitions.
What's your height?
I am 4'11".
And you jump over a 6-foot wall too?
Yeah, they help me out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All about the teamwork, all about the mental game. It's going to be about that on the football field as well when we see East Coweta and Walton play later tonight, guys, in our game of the week.
I mean, Kelly, I'm going to just say it. I think you should do the test as well. Yeah. I know you could probably conquer it.
I got my sneakers on.
All right.
I know you work out, Kelly. You're strong. I think you got this one.
All right, Kelly Price, thanks so much. All right, stick with us. The holiday season means millions are traveling and gathering, and you're spreading some germs. Ahead tonight, how you can prevent the holiday season from turning into sick season.
And 2 Georgia offices teamed up for a Thanksgiving turkey pardon today. We'll show you the lucky bird and how officials took the time to educate the public as well. Some Henry County residents received box meals today thanks to Southern Grace Hospice and TNT Meats. The county hosted a food giveaway this morning at a park in Stockbridge.
Yeah, county officials say the food giveaway could not have happened without the help of the community. They provided 2,000 box meals for those in need.
I do this because I'm committed to changing how hospices interact with the community. Hospice is not just about end-of-life care. We are here we should be a pillar in our community, in the entire state, in the entire nation. That's my goal.
What a great goal that is. This is Henry County's second food drive after their first during the government shutdown. And the president, well, he's not the only one who pardons a turkey. Georgia gave one of the birds a new lease on life as well.
Today, the Georgia Department of Agriculture joined with the State Board of Pardons and Paroles for the occasion. And together they approved the pardon request for Tom the turkey, sparing him the fate of sitting on a Thanksgiving plate this year.
What happens to the other bird? Okay,
you don't want to know.
Was not pardoned. All right, well, we will be back with a shocking follow to a story that we brought you yesterday. Coming up new at 6, another victim's family speaking out about the sexual assault of a child.
As the holidays get closer, health experts are sharing tips to help keep you from getting sick during the busy season. Doctors say you can boost your immune system by eating a balanced diet, exercising, and sticking to a solid sleep schedule. They also say staying up to date with vaccines is beneficial.
Fox 5 News at 6 starts right now.
I don't know how much more sincere I can be. I hurt. And I hurt deep. A portion of my heart is gone forever.
Heartbreaking testimony as the father of a murdered firefighter talks about his son at the sentencing of the man who killed him.
And a massive drug bust in Clayton County as law enforcement officers and officials take down a trafficking operation.
And it's getting harder to afford houses in metro Atlanta. We'll have a look at where the problem is the worst and the reasons why. But first, new at 6 and only on Fox 5, a follow-up to the investigation we brought you last night. A second DeKalb County family has emerged devastated that their special needs son was also sexually assaulted on a school bus last month. Thank you for joining us. I'm Courtney Bryant.
Merrick Perry and for Russ Spencer. DeKalb schools have confirmed to Fox 5 that 3 students were involved in an alleged sexual assault on a school bus. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor has been taking a deep dive into this very sensitive incident. She joins us from DeKalb County with new information.
This second family was just baffled when they heard our previous story, primarily because they say all of the details, the date, the location, and even the school district all matched an alleged sexual assault involving their son. We have blurred their faces to protect their identity.
I had tears in my eyes. I was looking at her devastated. And I just kept asking her, well, what happened? Well, did this happen? Did the little boy touch my son? What went on? Why you didn't secure the bus?
This DeKalb County mother was consumed with questions as she talked to her son's bus driver in disbelief. We are blurring the faces of her family to protect their identity. We now know this mother's autistic, minimal nonverbal son was also the victim of an alleged sexual assault on the same DeKalb County school bus October 22nd. According to both families, the bus did not have its required monitor. The mother says she has gotten 3 different accounts of what happened. She says the first version came from the bus driver.
She said, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I actually called her back the next day so she can give me the story again. She got up out her seat, went back there. That's when she saw my son fully dressed and the little boy pants down to his ankles.
Just like the first family, the second family got a call from the school 8 days later, October 30th, to meet with the principal. Then on November 5th, this family got a call from the DeKalb School Police, who she said urged her to get her 6-year-old son checked out.
She was actually panicking. Please, 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 go get your son checked. Go get a rape kit did on your son.
This second family showed us a written incident report that they said they secured from DeKalb schools. They say it includes another version of what happened.
The only thing, they say both kids had panned out, but when she first
it's two stories. I got a story from October 22nd.
And they can pull that camera
from the supervisor that was driving the bus, and I got a record from Oprah Records, what they saying at Oprah Records, and I also got certain information that the investigators are saying as well.
This family has already pressed charges against a 10-year-old student who rides the same bus.
About a week or 2 ago, I actually went to the DeKalb County School investigation on Memorial Drive, and I pressed charges against the kid or the kid mother. I'm actually waiting on the court dates to come in the mail. This is not nothing against the child. I just only doing this so this won't happen to another child.
We reached out to DeKalb schools and they gave us a pretty lengthy statement. It says, we can confirm that 3 students were involved in an alleged incident on October the 22nd. The district immediately began an investigation and contacted the parents of the students the same day as we learned of each student's level of involvement. District staff also met directly with the families as part of our review. For information regarding any potential criminal charges, please contact the appropriate law enforcement agency, as they are the lead on that aspect of the matter. Additionally, your message referenced this as a trend. To clarify, this was an isolated incident. There is no indication of a broader pattern. As always, the safety and well-being of our students on our buses and throughout the district is of utmost importance. We take allegations of misconduct seriously and act promptly to safeguard students and support families. In DeKalb County, Angelique Proctor,
Fox 5 News.
Sensitive story, Angelique. Thanks so much. In Clayton County, police need your help finding the man you see right there on your screen. Officers say he is a person of interest for a shooting took place at a Shell gas station on Anvil Block back in August. Investigators say 21-year-old Emily Jones was shot and killed. Officers say a person of interest was seen following Jones prior to the shooting and then running from the scene.
State, local, and federal law enforcement agencies took down a drug trafficking operation in Clayton County. 2 defendants are now behind bars.
Yeah, Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is live at the FBI headquarters in Chamblee with more. It was a massive drug bust, Deidre.
That's right. Federal law enforcement officials holding a news conference here this afternoon saying that they have disrupted a massive drug trafficking operation with the arrest of 2 individuals during a bust at an Airbnb in Clayton County in the city of Forest Park on Friday. Now, the state, local, and federal effort, part of a series of operations carried out by the newly formed Federal Homeland Security Task Force. And we have video of the drugs, cash, and a firearm that was seized in the Forest Park raid. A total of 21 kilos of fentanyl and $380,000 cash recovered. Defendants Rico DeVille Bice and David Estevan Montillo Diaz are charged with conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl. Both were apprehended at the residence that day. This prosecution is part of the Homeland Security Task Force initiative established, we're told, by President Trump, dedicated to eliminating cartels, foreign gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations here in the U.S. and abroad.
Here, the work of the HSTF in just a single night took millions of deadly doses of fentanyl off the street, denied the cartels more than $800,000 worth of drug proceeds between the cash seized and the value of the fentanyl seized, and led to the arrest of the 2 men who now face the prospect of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This is just the latest of many successes of the HSTF here in Atlanta.
Now, the 2 suspects in the Forest Park case remain in federal custody, and we are told that this investigation is ongoing. In Chamblee, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Deidre, thanks. In Newton County, a jury found a woman guilty of murdering a paralyzed man and setting his house on fire. Jurors convicted Danetta Knobloch of killing Melvin Cooksey. Cooksey's family reported him missing in February of 2023. Days later, his house was set on fire. 3 months later, a couple hiking in Fannin County found Cooksey's remains. Witness statements, social media records, phone records, and more led investigators to Knobloch. A judge sentenced Knobloch next month.
A Newnan teacher is recovering, or a teenager is recovering, after being stabbed several times in a fight.
And tonight, the suspect, another teenager, has been arrested. Fox 5's Doug Evans tells us the 2 teens were friends. He has the story from Coweta County.
Police were called to the emergency room of Piedmont Newnan Hospital, where they learned a 15-year-old boy had been stabbed several times. They didn't have to look far for the suspect. Newnan police say Gerald Dwayne Magby lives just a couple blocks over from the victim here in Newnan. They say they have charged the 18-year-old with aggravated assault. Turns out he's a good friend of the victim, and for whatever reason, those 2 teens got into it here, and police say Magby pulled a knife.
Yes, they're 2 friends that know each other well, and one friend went over to the other's home in the morning, like he had done several times, where he knew the parents by name, and they greeted him. They walked out. He walks into the garage. A fight ensues inside between the 2. And he ends up stabbing the victim in the living room of his house.
The weird part is that neither teen has cooperated with the police to tell them what they were fighting about, so police say they still don't understand the motive for the stabbing. Magby is facing a very serious felony charge of aggravated assault. And because he is 18 years old, he's being housed at the Coweta County Jail. I'm Doug Evans, Fox 5 News in Coweta County.
A Cobb County Superior Court judge sentenced the man convicted in the deaths of a Cherokee County firefighter and his wife to life in prison without parole.
Yeah, after a 3-day bench trial, the judge found Matthew Scott Lanz guilty in the murder of Justin and Amber Hicks in 2021. Today, he waived his right to attend his sentencing hearing, but Judge Brown spoke on the severity of the case as she handed down the sentence.
First, there are no words that I can say to the family and friends that are going to fill the void in your hearts, and I recognize that. There is nothing that I can do or a sentence that can replace the ache in your spirit. But it is my hope, and my sincere hope, that you can take, even if it's just a small step, forward towards healing.
Well, he has the right to appeal the sentence. No word yet if he will do so.
We're learning more about a raid in Gwinnett County that sparked concerns. Late last night, a number of unmarked cars and officers wearing masks and ballistic vests, identifying them as Gwinnett County police, swarmed the Indian Trail Court strip mall near Lilburn. Several people were taken into custody. Officers towed away a red truck and searched businesses. People in the area were concerned it could be an ICE operation, but police tell us the raid was part of an ongoing investigation and not related to immigration. All right, let's take you outside now for a look at Sandy Springs. On this Friday evening, things are still pretty warm out there, even though we got a few showers in here.
Yeah, up and down, right? I guess, but Lauren, as you mentioned earlier or over the weekend, we kind of need the rain. Anything moisture can help.
Yeah, we are still in the middle of a drought, and we're really not going to see so much rain with this system that it'll really do much for the drought, but we are going to get a few raindrops here and there. Outside of that today, we saw a high of 79 degrees in downtown Atlanta, which did beat our existing record high of 77 degrees last set in 2011. So today goes down in the record books for our heat. Surrounding areas mostly made it into the upper 70s. We even saw some 80s this afternoon off to the east. 81-degree highs in Covington and Eatonton, 80 in Athens. Off to the west, a tad bit cooler. We maxed out at 68 degrees down in LaGrange, where we saw those showers push in a little earlier. And then even up north, 74 degrees in Blairsville. Very warm for that area as well. Now, of course, we're going to turn our attention from heat to rain. We saw this line of rain showers start to push in from the west earlier this evening. As we go through the rest of the evening, we're going to continue to watch for these showers to move through in a couple of different rounds. We have the heavier rain that's pushed from Columbus through LaGrange a few hours ago, now making its way toward Macon and into Dublin. But as we zoom into our viewing area here, this is where you can see a couple of rain showers between Dalton and Calhoun, and then some rain that was across metro Atlanta starting to make its way eastward toward Lawrenceville. Now, this isn't all we're expecting. As we go through the rest of the evening, we're going to see a few more rounds and maybe even some storms later tonight. With those storms, we're expecting the stronger weather to fall off to the west, but can't rule out a pop-up storm across North Georgia. So coming up in my full 7-day forecast, I'll talk you through the storm chances this evening and the cool down ahead for our Thanksgiving holiday. All of that for you just ahead, guys.
Sounds good, Lauren. Thanks. It started as an early morning call about someone being held against their will and ended with bullets flying and a woman critically wounded. The latest information next.
And if you've ever considered buying a house in Metro Atlanta, well, you know they're getting to be a little unaffordable. We'll have a look at where the problem is the worst and the reasons why. Coming up next.
I'm Tyler Fingert, live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Have you looked at a calendar recently? Well, Thanksgiving is next week, and that means the busy holiday travel period for the holiday is underway. I'll have all the details just ahead.
Atlanta used to be a big bargain when it came to housing. You didn't have to make a big paycheck to own a home.
Well, it's getting tougher to do that these days, and new reports, they prove it. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart is live in Douglas County. Kevin, breaking down the details of all of this.
Yes, sir. Now, of course, we've been looking into this, and according to this report, the problem is income growth and the cost of housing, they're out of sync.
What is affordable housing anymore? Truly, you know.
Brittany Meekland knows it's all relative. After moving to Metro Atlanta, living with her parents in Coweta County, she wanted her own home. She looked in Coweta, Fayette, Douglas, Carroll.
To Milner. I was looking all over the place.
But had to hit the road to Hogansville in Troup County to find what she describes as a deal, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house on 8 acres. But again, it's all relative.
I purchased this home for $232,000, and if I had purchased this home pre-COVID, I could have gotten it for about $70,000.
Take a look at this map. You see all the red and orange? That's where the problem areas are, the suburbs and exurbs. According to analysis from the J.P. Morgan Chase Institute, between 2019 and last year, it says income growth for people between 25 and 44 and housing costs don't match up because costs are up over 60% outside of the city.
More like 40 or less in kind of the more urban or dense kind of downtown areas. And the income growth in those areas actually isn't in Atlanta that different. Like in some other cities, you see a little bit more of a difference between the income growth in those areas. In Atlanta, the income growth is roughly the same. It's really the change in housing costs.
Meekland's realtor points out rising hitting costs, property taxes, HOA fees.
The overall cost of the loan, how those loans are even set up, who's getting FHA or VA.
The experts agree the Atlanta area's popularity is a key dynamic in all of this. A lot of people want to be here, and there aren't enough housing options, causing supply and demand issues, pricing issues. But Meekland isn't complaining. She has what she needs, what she wants, at her price.
Gingerbread house.
I love it. But I said that from the minute we pulled in from the driveway.
All right, now if you take a look at metropolitan areas with more than 5 million people, your Miamis, your Dallas, your Houstons, our affordability problem is worse than theirs. We're live in Douglas County. Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kevin, thanks so much. Well, today kicks off the busiest Thanksgiving or the busy Thanksgiving travel season. You're looking live at the airport and the downtown connector. A record number of Georgians are expected to hit the roads to get to the holiday destination. More than 4 million passengers are expected to pass through Atlanta's airport. Now, that won't break the record of number of passengers to go through Hartsfield-Jackson, though.
But that doesn't mean the airport won't be busy over the next week. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is live at the airport to tell us what to expect if you're flying to your holiday destination. Tyler?
Yeah, Courtney, good evening to you. Today is expected to be one of the busiest days of the Thanksgiving travel period here in Atlanta. Security lines have fluctuated throughout the day, but have been moving despite the expected big crowds. The man in charge of this airport says uncertainty after the shutdown means less passengers will pass through ATL this holiday, even though airlines and the TSA expect to break records.
Safe travels, everyone. Safe travels.
An airport where busy is the baseline. The Thanksgiving travel rush at Hartsfield-Jackson International is off to a smooth start.
Pleasantly surprised to see 7 minutes the waiting here at the checkpoint.
The world's busiest airport expects more than 4 million travelers to pass through from now until the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. The Monday after the holiday could be the busiest day with more than 375,000 passengers expected.
It's the Super Bowl period for the airport, so we're all excited.
While the airport says a lot of people will be here, it likely won't break records thanks to the longest government shutdown in history.
Last year, the forecast was a little higher. This period is down a little bit again because some people are uncertain after the shutdown.
While the airport expects less travelers this year, Delta Airlines, Atlanta's largest carrier, says Thanksgiving travel will be on par with last year. For those traveling, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy says weather could impact plans.
Rain chances spike right before the Thanksgiving holiday. We're looking at Tuesday and Wednesday for the biggest showers to move through. A dry weekend to start, but look at that. A wall of water comes rolling across the Mississippi, and it will impact ground and air travel just days before the holiday begins.
Through it all, ATL's Operations Center will be standing by.
And you need fire or police?
The people in this room are the eyes and ears of the airport, rain or shine. They monitor more than 3,600 cameras and answer every emergency call 24/7. Following 2 recent security scares, the airport's general manager has this message
message for travelers.
And passengers should feel comfortable coming to the airport. They should feel that they will be safe.
While ATL expects less people this Thanksgiving travel period, the TSA says it could break some records nationwide. The biggest piece of advice, get here early, at least 2.5 hours early for your domestic flight and 3 hours early for an international flight. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Good advice, Tyler. Thanks. And if you're driving to your holiday destination, the roads will also be crowded. AAA projects 2.3 million Georgians will travel at least 50 miles from home for Thanksgiving, setting a new record for Thanksgiving travel in Georgia. Nationwide, AAA expects 73 million people will hit the roads. The Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons before Thanksgiving will be the most congested travel times. Heavy traffic is also expected the Sunday after Thanksgiving as travelers return home. And Georgia is working to make traffic easier by suspending all lane closures on interstates and major state routes from Wednesday morning through Sunday night.
All right, we're talking about the roads. Let's stick with it. Get to a check of the traffic conditions right now. We're still seeing delays on your ride into Douglas County with this crash on I-20. It's on westbound before Chapel Hill Road. A bit difficult to see, but this is a live look. You can see the headlights and brake lights there. What looks like a crash has one right lane blocked. Drivers should continue to use Highway 78 as the best way to get around this one. Over in DeKalb County, this is a live look of I-20 eastbound at Flat Shoals Road, where a crash that had at least one far right lane or left lane blocked is about to clear from that left shoulder there. So you can expect minor delays.
The future mayor of New York City had his first face-to-face meeting with President Trump at the White House today. We'll show you a look at that coming up.
I'm Kelly Price, live at East Coweta High School, site of our game of the week in this second round of the playoffs. They'll be taking on Walton, one of the crazy upsets from last week, but East Coweta had an upset of their own, and they're looking to win tonight as well. I'll have a preview with their head coach coming up next.
You can listen to Fox 5 Live on the Fox 5 Radio 1 network. Just tune your HD radio to 107.9 HD2 FM.
Well, it's week 2 of the high school football playoffs, and tonight we turn our attention to the High Five Sports Game of the Week to Coweta County.
It is a showdown between Walton and East Coweta. Let's get out to Fox 5's Kelly Price live with the big matchup tonight. Kelly?
Yeah, guys, both these teams had big upsets last week, and you guys obviously had the upset last week, but you also started the season 1-7, I believe. I mean, talk about the turnaround your team has made to make it to the second round of the playoffs.
Well, we always schedule really, really tough in the non-region to prepare for our region play because it's a tough region, and to get us prepared for the playoffs as well. And that's kind of been our MO since we've been here. And sometimes you go through some tough losses, you get your nose bloodied a little bit, but our kids, I tell them all the time, you're uncommon the way that they've responded. Our kids haven't wavered all year. They've stayed the course. We have unbelievable leadership amongst the kids. And I told them the way y'all are sticking together, there's going to be some amazing things happen. And sure enough, we got in the playoffs as a 3rd seed and finished 2-2 in the region. Won last week, and here we are hosting a playoff game, which we never thought we would this year. But so the kids are excited and super proud of them. You know, the record is what it is, but seeing kids grow through adversity is what I love to see, and they have done that.
And no doubt, great coaching behind it as well. And just talk about that part of it too, like the roller coaster that this season has been emotionally, and even just last week to now, coming off a big high. How do you kind of manage that as a coach?
Well, we talk a lot about responding, not reacting to every situation, and we preach that every day. Our coaches do a great job of that. Our kids preach that message to each other, and you can't react. You have to process through it and respond the right way. And we've seen kids grow up exponentially this year as young men, you know, with their composure, their body language, with the way that they're leading, and other guys are seeing that, and positive things are happening for them. So obviously going on the road last week against a tough Denmark team, I think our kids are playing their best ball right now the last 3 ball games and really peaking at the right time, and you hope that continues tonight against a very well coached Walton football team.
Your program hasn't advanced to that next round of the playoffs since 2002. I know you told that to your team pregame. Just in a couple of words, what's it going to take for you guys to do that tonight against Walton?
Well, in playoff football, you can't turn the ball over. You can't give up the big play, you know, and you got to be great on special teams. And these guys do a lot of stuff on special teams that present a challenge to us. But, you know, they've reached a point in this season where they got a chance to do something special that hadn't been done in a while. You know, I told them they don't deserve to win, but they deserve to be in this spot because of what they've gone through this season. And just go out there and have fun and play the way you know how to play and love each other, and everything will work out.
Throw the records out in this one because it's going to be a really good game of the week between Walton and East Coweta, guys.
All right, Kelly Price, thanks so much. And you can watch High Five Sports live tonight, 11 o'clock on Fox Local. All right, stick with us. You've seen the video of the deadly UPS plane crash in Kentucky. We have new information about the moments leading up before that fiery crash. And it started as an early morning call about someone being held against their will and ended with bullets flying and someone critically injured. We'll have the latest coming up next. Lauren.
All right, well, we're watching scattered showers push in from the west as we go into the overnight hours. We could see a storm here or there. I'll have details on that, plus the cool down ahead of our Thanksgiving holiday coming up in my 7-day forecast.
New information of an early morning call about someone being held against their will. It ended with an exchange of gunfire. We know one person is critically wounded.
The shooting happened around 5:30 on Erroll Drive in DeKalb County. Fox 5's Kim Leffler has followed the story and just learned new information about the suspect.
Investigators have been on scene here for hours trying to piece together exactly what happened. We're told those shots were fired in this brick home there to the right. This all started around 5:30 Friday morning when DeKalb County Police got a 911 call from a woman saying she was being held against her will at a home on Erroll Drive in the Gates at Stonecrest subdivision. According to the GBI, the caller said children were in the home. When officers arrived on scene, they got a notification of a person shot. When no one answered the door, officers made entry into the home and found a woman inside with a gun. The GBI says the woman shot at officers and hit one officer in the vest. Another officer shot the woman. Neighbors heard the gunshots.
Get low, stay away from the windows and whatnot, so that way, I don't get struck or no one in my household gets struck.
The GBI says when officers searched the home, they found an elderly woman and a man inside who they say are the homeowners and were not injured. Officers did not find any children in the home.
There was another woman in the house. That's what I was told, because he was escorted out the house telling the cops not to go inside because there was a crazy person inside, and they went inside and then the shooting unfolded.
Medics rushed the woman who shot at the officers to the hospital. The GBI says she's in stable condition. The officer who got hit was not hurt. The GBI says it's continuing the investigation into this shooting. In DeKalb County, Kim Leffler, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kim, thanks so much. Back now with Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Lauren Robinson. Up and down, I feel like. I had the sweaters out ready to wear. Yeah. I thought we were finally in that season, but maybe not.
Keep the sweaters out for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
You might need it then. In the meantime, you don't need them anytime soon. Even despite the rain showers coming through, we are still very warm. In fact, we broke records this afternoon with our heat. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we're seeing out there. Of course, it's dark. That sun sets so quickly this time of year, but we are still mostly dry in downtown Atlanta, at least for now. We're at 69 degrees, still pretty warm, and winds coming in from the southwest at 7 miles per hour. We are pretty muggy at 73% relative humidity. We haven't seen any rain in downtown Atlanta just yet, but we are still waiting for some isolated storm chances overnight tonight and into early tomorrow. As you take a look at our live Viper radar, the heaviest rain has fallen mostly south of our viewing area through areas like Columbus into Macon and pushing their way further east. As we zoom into our viewing area, we did see a couple of areas of showers. We have a new round coming in from the west, making their way toward Rome, an area that did get some showers already earlier today. And the same goes for Calhoun into Dalton. Now, as you take a look at the earlier round that did push through parts of metro Atlanta, it's now making its way eastward in a line from Gainesville all the way through Madison as it continues to move its way eastward. So this isn't all that we're expecting. We go through the rest of the evening and we will see more chances overnight. We can see that here on our hour-by-hour forecast, where showers and a few isolated storms continue into early tomorrow morning. And then once this cold front pushes its way further south, that's where we start to see some clearing Saturday afternoon. Now, behind this cold front, temperatures will stay in the middle 70s Saturday afternoon, but cooler air will settle in as we go into our Sunday. I say cooler, and very lightly speaking, because we're only going to fall into the low 70s, but we will be under that influence of high pressure as we go throughout our Sunday and into Monday. Moving into Tuesday is where we're going to see our next showers push through into Wednesday. So in the meantime, what we're looking at for the rest of the evening will be these hit or miss showers through the rest of the evening hours. Overnight is where we're looking for a couple of isolated storms, most likely just some gusty winds, lightning, and thunder, a quick downpour as we go into early Saturday morning. By the time most of us are heading out Saturday, most of us will be dry but cloudy, and we're looking for a few trailing isolated storms early Saturday morning. But by noon, all of that moves on out, including the cloud cover. So tomorrow afternoon, we will get quite a bit of sunshine, those temperatures in the middle 70s once again, and only falling into the upper 50s to low 60s by late Saturday night. As far as tonight's storms are concerned, some of them could become stronger, but most of that activity will fall off to the west and north northwest into Tennessee and Alabama. We just have a small area far northwestern Georgia that is included in this level 1 out of 5 for severe weather tonight. What we're looking for in the green areas will be damaging winds gusting up to around 60 miles per hour, some periods of heavy downpours, maybe an isolated tornado. But again, you'll notice most of our viewing area not included in this risk. Doesn't mean a storm can't pop up here or there. As far as our rainfall totals, most of us won't see a whole lot of rain. We're just going to see these showers passing through, maybe an isolated storm. So most of us will see under 1/4 of an inch of rainfall. We will get some isolated higher totals here and there. I do think this is overdoing it for Canton, but it does show that some areas could see isolated totals maybe up to 1/2 inch to 1 inch, depending on where those heavier downpours become situated overnight. We're going to see those temperatures stay mild despite overnight rain, only falling into the lower 60s, which is about 20 degrees warmer than we should be overnight this time of year. And then we continue that above average trend tomorrow afternoon as we make it into the middle 70s again. Now by Sunday, temperatures fall into the low 70s to start our next week. And this is where our next system comes in and changes some things. It brings in rain showers from Tuesday to Wednesday. It also drops our temperatures a bit. So we're in the upper 60s by Wednesday. And then take a look at Thanksgiving Thursday. We're going to be drier with more sunshine, but we're also going to be breezy and chillier. Highs likely maxing out in the upper 50s, guys.
All right, Lauren, thanks. Congress considers how to regulate artificial intelligence, but the Trump administration pushes back. Why they don't agree, coming up.
And new details about what went wrong in the moments before the deadly UPS plane crash in Kentucky. What we're learning after the break. Federal investigators revealed more about what went wrong in the final moments before a UPS plane crashed in Kentucky. It happened earlier this month.
The NTSB released a preliminary report showing cracks within hardware that held one of the engines. Dramatic images show the left engine separating from the wing before flying up and into the fuselage and turning the plane into a fireball. The plane crashed into a petroleum recycling facility. 3 pilots on board were killed, along with 11 more people on the ground.
The NTSB is focusing on the engine pylon. That is what mates the engine to the wing itself. And they're looking at the aft portion of that engine pylon where fatigue cracks were identified, which eventually failed during the accident flight. Once that engine separated, it began to move upward, and then it departed, and then we have a fire. You're not going to survive that.
Investigators say the MD-11 plane last underwent inspection in October of 2021, but a detailed inspection of its hardware was not expected for another 7,000 flights.
Artificial intelligence has the ability to change entire lives, but Congress and the Trump administration are at odds over how it regulates it. We'll have a look.
Ahead in Fox 5 Sports, Georgia Tech looking to clinch a spot in the ACC title game. You'll hear from Brent Key, and injury news for a Falcons standout rookie. We've got the latest, that and more in Fox 5 Sports.
The future mayor of New York City, self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, had his first face-to-face meeting with President Trump at the White House today. The meeting comes after months of public sparring between the two. They found common ground discussing affordability and public safety, but there was a bit of an awkward moment when Mamdani was asked about his recent negative comments about the president.
What I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers.
I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting.
Well, the president seemed to be impressed by some of Mamdani's ideas.
The Trump administration holds off on an executive order targeting state AI regulations. It comes as Congress tries to pass legislation of its own. Here's Fox's Mark Meredith with more.
The White House says the AI race is on, but state lawmakers are pushing back, arguing the technology needs more regulation.
It's either going to be the United States or China. Currently, 80% of global demand for data centers is happening in these two countries.
Fox is told an executive order preempting state laws governing AI is on hold, at least for now. But if eventually signed, it may establish a task force within the Justice Department to challenge state regulations and potentially pull federal funding. The controversy comes as Republican lawmakers consider a possible moratorium of up to 10 years for state AI legislation. The measure may be included in the annual defense bill.
There are lots of folks who believe that states ought to have some input into these things. On the other hand, if you have states regulating an industry that operates across state lines, that also has implications for our economy.
I want AI to succeed. I want our country to be the leader of it. But right now, we've literally, despite having some really good bipartisan talks, not passed anything.
And the issue is complicated for voters, too. A new Fox News poll finds about half feel AI is a good thing in day-to-day life, but fewer say the same when thinking about their mental health and society overall.
Every technological revolution, there have been those who have said this is bad for us, but there have those who have said this will help transform us and make us more efficient.
While this has been a big debate on Capitol Hill for years and many bills have been introduced, so far no comprehensive legislation regulating the development of AI has been enacted on the federal level. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, so we are monitoring some very scattered showers, a few isolated storms overnight tonight into early Saturday, but those move out pretty early. We're going to get some midday sunshine and those temperatures in the middle 70s again for our Saturday. We cool down just a tad Sunday, but with more sunshine, we're seeing those highs peak in the low 70s. Low 70s stick around through Tuesday when our next system hits right before Thanksgiving. That system is going to bring two changes. It's going to bring some showers Tuesday into Wednesday. It's also going to drop our temperatures from the low 70s to the upper 60s. Behind that, we fall even further for our Turkey Day. We're going to be drier with a good amount of sunshine, but we're going to watch for some gusty winds, and those temperatures maxing out in the upper 50s to low 60s means you want to bring out that sweater for your Turkey Day.
All right, Lauren, thanks. And let's take you now to a live look at East Coweta High School as we get ready for our High Five Sports Game of the Week. A spot in the state quarterfinals is on the line. We have a live preview coming up next in Fox 5 Sports. And don't forget to join us tonight at 7 for The Pulse. We'll chat about the stories that have you talking. And tonight we're taking a look at whether it's okay not to invite son-in-laws or daughter-in-laws on family vacations. I know I have thoughts about that. You can join the conversation by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to fox5atlanta.com/pulse.
It will be a sell-out crowd at Bobby Dodd Stadium tomorrow night. A win over Pittsburgh for Georgia Tech clinches a trip to the ACC championship game for the first time since 2014. It would also keep the college football playoffs very much alive for Georgia Tech. The Jackets survived a bit of a scare last week against Boston College, and Brent Key has not been shy, saying he's looking for more from his team. Pitt, no slouches. They come in 7-3, 5-1 in ACC play. Georgia Tech, meanwhile, looking for back-to-back undefeated seasons at Bobby Dodd Stadium. They haven't done that since the 1950s. Tons on the line, so no, it's not just another game.
You get into this part of the season, they are different. They are different. I don't shy away from that. I don't talk about the opponent. I ain't called the opponent by name. We don't talk about winning, but everybody needs to understand that the mission this week, right, is to be our absolute best on Saturday versus Pitt.
Well, bad injury luck continues to bite the Atlanta Falcons. Rookie defensive back Billy Bowman hurt his Achilles at Friday's walkthrough practice. He will not play Sunday against the Saints, and head coach Raheem Morris said the injury is, quote, not good. Bowman is a fourth-round pick this year, quickly found a major role in Atlanta's defense, but has dealt with injuries throughout the season. Well, tonight is the second round of the high school football playoffs. Winners advance to the state quarterfinals, and we have got a really fun one in our High Five Sports Game of the Week. Both East Coweta and Walton scored upset wins in the first round. Kelly Price live at the game, and Kelly, Walton not used to being an underdog.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I saw someone on the Walton sideline wearing a shirt that said, November is all they remember. Throw out the records in this one, Coach. Two underdog teams playing each other after those big wins last week. I mean, tell me about the mindset of your team right now after such a big emotional game last week.
You know, they responded really well. They got right back to work. You know, we're a program that's played beyond the second round numerous times, and I think our kids believe that they can do it. You know, we kind of forgot about the regular season, learned a lot of lessons from the regular season, but like we got on those shirts, November's all they're going to remember. So we're going to try to keep playing as long as November as we can.
You guys are led by a sophomore quarterback. I mean, tell me about the leadership of a kid so young leading your squad right now.
Yeah, he's taken monumental steps this year, and he's been a great leader throughout the whole season, but where he's gotten better at is just in-game play and just leading the charge out there, so I hope to see that again tonight.
I think both these teams are proof that you got to peak at the right time. Doesn't matter your seeds, doesn't matter the record. What do you like about your squad right now with that as far as peaking at the right time?
They love each other. They've never backed away from each other. They've never questioned what we've done. They believe in the process all year long, and it's really paying dividends right now. They could have easily stepped aside and said, Coach, this isn't working, but they believed in each other and loved on each other, and it's paying dividends right now.
What are the challenges as a coach after such an emotional big win to kind of get them back on track? Hey, we still got a mission to kind of complete here.
I don't think it took a lot for me. It took the players to take control of that, and they knew when we showed up, and they were talking about at the end of the game, we got film on Saturday morning, we can't wait to be there. So I think they're ready to work, and they don't want this season to end. So it didn't take a whole lot for me to get them back engaged.
What's the biggest thing you guys got to do tonight to win this game against an East Coweta team?
Got to stop the run. You know, they're big up front. They got a good running game, and they're pretty multiple on offense. They can throw the ball around pretty well. So keep the top on defense, stop the run, and we got to be productive on offense. We got to make sure we're moving the sticks and converting in the red zone, which we struggled a little bit last week. So if we can do those things, I feel pretty good about our chances.
One of these teams will be hoisting our High Five Sports Trophy for the last time, I think, this season in the regular, or our final show, Justin, tonight.
Looking forward to that, Kelly. Walton and East Coweta. And as KP just said, make sure to join us for the final full-length High Five Sports of the season tonight, live at 11 p.m. We will, of course, continue high school football coverage all the way through the state championships, but tonight is the final full 30-minute show of the year. And one of Georgia's own is taking center stage in the boxing world. Brian Norman Jr. was born in Decatur. He's the current WBO welterweight champion. Norman will defend his title tomorrow night in Saudi Arabia against challenger Devin Haney. Norman 28-0 in his career. His opponent in Saudi Arabia also undefeated. Norman's dad, Brian Sr., is a former boxer, now his coach. They're ready for the name Brian Norman to be known around Atlanta.
We got Atlanta Falcons for the football. We got Atlanta Hawks for the basketball. We got Atlanta Braves. We got Atlanta United. We got Atlanta Dream. Atlanta has one world champion. One world champion. It happens to be my son, Brian Norman Jr., based and born and bred right here in Atlanta, Georgia.
No, this is beautiful. This is what I work for, and now it's time to put on for my city, straight up. I don't bet on judges because I know judges can be biased and choose the other side just because they may like them a little bit more. So just in case I got two judges right here, I'll take care of it myself.
Brian Norman, great nickname, the Decatur Decapitator.
Ooh, wow, that's intimidating. Justin, thanks. The Pulse is next. Thanks for joining us. Have a great night.
Welcome into the Pulse. I'm Ariel Onstad, joined by Eric Perry and Lauren Robinson. And you guys, we've got a great Friday night on tap because every night and tonight we're going to be going beyond the headlines and taking a look at the stories that have you talking. And tonight, you guys, I can't wait to hear your feedback on this one because family vacations tend to include the whole family. But one grandmother says, leave the in-laws at home. Curious if you agree. And robo-taxis are evolving rapidly, but question, would you feel safe if your driver fell asleep behind the wheel? Oof. And most of us use mouthwash for fresh breath, and garlic mouthwash just might do the trick. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
You read it right.
Okay, well, we're going to share if we try it coming up.
Okay, well, let's begin with discussing some unpopular opinions about Thanksgiving that may shock you and your family and friends. In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, actress Michelle Pfeiffer says she can do without the turkey.
It's not my favorite food. I'd rather chicken or steak.
Yeah.
I don't love ham even.
Similar hot takes on social media. One person says pie just isn't that great in their opinion. Others say they don't like cranberries, or you might say green bean casserole or sweet potatoes should never be paired with marshmallows. So do you have any controversial Thanksgiving opinions? Let's start there.
I could go without the turkey. I don't need it.
I can too.
Okay.
I don't need the turkey.
It's probably when I fill my plate. It's probably what I have least of on my plate in the first place. I just think it's okay. We go there because it's a tradition, but do we go there because we really absolutely want the turkey, or because we feel like we have to have the turkey?
Very fair. My follow-up is: do you not like the turkey because it's dry and flavorless, or do you just not like turkey? Like if it were fried, flavored well, not dry, would you do it?
I mean, yeah, I don't feel the turkey that my family makes is dry. So that's not a part of my decision-making process. I just, I'm not, I mean, I don't know. I think that there are other proteins that could better replace it. Like she said, what is it, Michelle Pfeiffer? She said steak. I'll go for a steak.
I agree with that.
Okay. I do like that. Or seafood. I'm a big seafood eater, so I could replace turkey with any sort of seafood and be just as happy.
What about you? Or is there any controversial opinions there?
Pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Unless it's very well made and flavored, I think pumpkin pie is another tradition we do just to check a box. And it is the pie that there's always leftovers. Does anyone finish the pumpkin pie? Pecan's gone. Apple's gone. Pumpkin, there's something left every time.
I don't think there's any pumpkin pie that's made well. I think it all tastes really bland to me. I could really go without it. I'm with you on the turkey. I don't like turkey like that. I can go without turkey. And I've had some really good turkey. One of my friends here go over to her house on Thanksgiving. It's very well done, but I'm a sides guy. So my plate can be filled with sides, and I can be not green bean casserole. I'm anti-green bean casserole.
I agree with this too. I do. I agree.
I like it.
What do you like about it?
What do you like
about it?
I only have ever had green bean casserole for the first time like a few years ago. And I like it. I love vegetables. And then it's just like the mushrooms, cream of mushroom and the...
See, that's where you lose me.
That goes into the sloppish
I like it. Like I said, I'm new to it, but I like it. I like it.
I do like the crispy onions, and I have to laugh because producer Ashley got in my ear just a bit ago and says she eats the whole pumpkin pie. See, she'll eat it.
We don't pumpkin pie in my family. We're a sweet potato pie family.
Sweet potato pie.
Love a sweet potato pie.
We don't
I
ever
make a great sweet potato pie too.
Okay, so
and my mom does as well.
Eric, you're going to bring it here.
I will actually bring a sweet potato pie. You won't see me bring a pumpkin, but the sweet potato pie, I can definitely do.
So we've talked about the controversial. What is the you will not give up at Thanksgiving? Like, what do you have to have
sweet
on the
potato
table?
casserole.
Okay.
With the marshmallows.
With the marshmallows.
Okay.
Oh, but do not ruin it with the nuts. Some people put the all the pecan. Like I have seen people put
like the pecans,
whatever. I don't know. I don't like any sort of nuts. Like
my friend did one with coconut, and I thought she was going to get canceled.
See, that's too far.
That's a big no for me too. I want this.
So do you not like crunch? Are you not a crunch person? Because that might be it.
I like crunch. I just don't like. No, I don't like pecans. I don't like almonds. I don't like any that's a perfect way to ruin something delicious to me. Is to put the nuts. So just keep the marshmallows and the sweet potato. I like that. Leave it as that.
I will say it's more of a dessert than it is actually a side.
That's what I think as well.
And every time, like my family and I, we were signing up on our Thanksgiving spreadsheet for what everyone's bringing this year, and I had to laugh because I was like, half of these are carbs, you know, sugar, and all
it's
this.
a vegetable. It counts.
And yeah, you know, sweet potato, it's a vegetable. We're going to make it work for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think that's really true.
That's my go-to.
Okay, well, you guys, a new survey shows your kitchen's MVP this season isn't the turkey, it is the butter.
Yep.
A Talker research poll of 2,000 Americans found 63% say their holiday meals would be doomed if they ran out of butter, period. So when asked which dishes absolutely need butter, respondents pointed to mashed potatoes, dinner rolls, cornbread, sweet potatoes, and stuffing. And get this, 70% say they'd make a last-minute grocery run if they ran out of butter.
Yeah.
Which dish is most critical for butter? Dare I say all of them?
I was about to say, there's really nothing that I can think of that doesn't start off. I'll make spaghetti and put butter. Because you saute the onions.
Listen,
and I saute the onions and garlic and butter.
Listen.
You better believe it. I am going to make
better
sure
believe it.
that there's some butter everywhere on this Thanksgiving.
I made the carbone pasta last night with the cup of whipped cream, and wouldn't you know, 2 tablespoons of butter in that bad boy. It calls for it.
Butter it's a base in almost everything. I will say this is a little bit of a branch here, but just last night I saw a Instagram video of a new trend: big cone of soft serve vanilla ice cream dipped in melted butter and then topped with like a sprinkle of salt.
Is that too far?
Oh, the internet always takes it just a step too far. Always just a step over the far line.
I feel like I would have to try it just to be like,
yes.
But I don't feel like I will like it. I feel like I'm not going to like it.
It is a little sweet and savory. Like maybe therein lies the win.
Yeah.
But, you know, to the point, if you guys are, you know, rocking with us, down in the bottom left, we have a QR code.
Yeah.
Let us know your thoughts. We're going to call for it in a bit. But the key thing here is, what can you not live without with butter? Like, if you ran out for Thanksgiving, would you go to the store? And I have to say, like, I absolutely would. I would brave the crowds. There probably would be nothing left on the shelf, and I would be with the person throwing elbows.
And no substitutes for butter either. I want real butter, not margarine, can't believe it's not. I want the real butter.
I use the olive oil, can't believe it's not butter.
Oh, Lauren.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Know. And it's so funny because I'm like the least healthy person I know, but for some reason that's the butter I grab. I do it without thinking at this point.
Okay, probably just habitual, like a habit. You're just used to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will say one thing I've started cooking with a lot, and it's clarified butter ghee. It is like spreadable, and so it's so lovely in that way. Because you know, butter, you gotta wait for it to be soft, and it's just kind of annoying sometimes.
You're just thinking about the butter, just you know.
Maybe you need it on some ice cream.
Yeah, maybe you do.
No, that's just too far. I think that's just
a bridge too far.
Just a bridge too far for me. But
I will say, social media, I feel like I see people eating butter on social media as like a snack now. I don't know if it's the carnivore diet or what, but literally I'll see these influencers like peeling a stick of butter and being like, afternoon snack.
Remember the butter and the coffee craze that the Kardashians started?
I have heard about that.
I never did that
before.
either, but
a little too much.
Yeah, not with that. All right, so it's never a good idea to fall asleep behind the wheel, right? But one driver did while in a robo-taxi with a passenger.
Oh boy. And people enjoy family vacations, but what if everyone isn't invited? Awkward. We're going to talk about if it's not, or if it is okay to not include your in-laws. And like we were just talking about, we want to check your pulse on tonight's topics. Scan the QR code on your screen to leave your comments on anything we're talking about tonight. We can't wait to read them. We're going to read them right here on the air. On the topic about butter, Crystal Reed from Atlanta says, I use butter for sweet potatoes only.
Only?
That's it?
Oh, Crystal, you are a better person than I, because it's going to go in everything for me, but I love it. I love it. Sweet potatoes and butter. Elite combo. Okay, we'll be right back, you guys.
All right, welcome back. Look, we talked about food this entire break. Still continuing the conversation. Good to have you with us. One mom's take, though, on vacation or a family vacation. There's a lot of buzz and debate around this one. It already has this one upset. Take a listen.
Let me say something a lot of parents are afraid to admit. Yes, it's absolutely okay to take a vacation, a family vacation, without your sons and daughter-in-law. And it doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean they're not welcome. It doesn't mean there's drama.
Well, she said there's drama now. That was the Florida content creator known as Grandma Jane, and she has 3 adult daughters. 2 of them are married. She says in-laws might appreciate having the option not to go. The responses to the video, well, they were critical. Many people say it's not a family trip if the spouses are not included. So is it okay to exclude in-laws from family vacations? All right, I'm going to go to you. You're betrothed. An old term.
I love how that makes me crawl. I'm like, okay,
if this happened,
yes.
What would you be upset?
Yeah, okay, yes. And I do think the context matters, right? Like if it was a vacation and there was a certain reason why I wasn't invited, like, okay, maybe it was just immediate family or I don't know. As I'm trying to explain it, I'm like, I'm trying to find a world where it could work, and I'm kind of like, no. But here's the other thing. I know it wouldn't have to because I know my significant other's family would always love to include me. And the only thing I can think of is it's like, okay, so maybe you take your daughters, right? And like it's a girl's trip, or maybe it's a guy's trip. But if you're just purposefully excluding the significant others, what's the point of that? Like, do you not get along? Like, what's the deal here?
You felt strongly about this.
I do,
earlier.
yeah. As an unmarried woman, why am I so strong? But I will say, because...
Let's hear it, Lauren.
What is the purpose of excluding this other? And no matter how you see it, in my eyes, to me, marriage is serious. So whether it's in the court of law, whether it's religion-based, whether it's not, 2 are joined as one. You don't get to separate the 2 anymore. You don't get to pick and choose. Now they're together. If you don't like the in-law, the significant other, well, you know, you should have had that talk with your son or daughter before they chose to combine their life with this other person. I am not a fan of the like, oh, well, we're separating it. And I can even say, as even a step further, where I've been in relationships as just the girlfriend, and I'm always included in the trips. I'm always included in the invites. I'm included in the group chats.
It feels pretty awful when you're not included.
It would hurt my feelings if they're like, oh, we're going to go on a trip, but, you know, Lauren's not invited.
Right.
Like, why am I not invited? I'm the life here.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Eric, let's hear from you.
I've been trying to think of maybe a rationale or a reason behind this, and I think you have the best one when you said if it's like a girl's trip or a guy's trip. I think that is okay if it's like this is just mom and daughters or dad and sons or something like that. But I don't think that you can tell someone where they can or cannot bring their spouse or significant other. I think that's a step too far, and I'm curious of this family dynamic. Like, what are the husbands, because she has 3 daughters here, so 2 of them are married. So I'm curious, the husbands, are they okay? And then she's trying to say, well, they might not want to come on the trip. But you give them that option.
Right.
You give them the option.
And it's kind of funny. It's like, well, they may not want to come. I'm like, what kind of what are you not telling us that they may not want to come?
I don't understand what the dynamic is that you don't want them there, too.
Right.
Because usually, you know, now this is my family. It's a more the merrier kind of thing. I'm excited to have everybody here, you know. I miss you as much as I miss my child, or you know, that kind of thing. So,
and I can understand cost. Like maybe if she's like, I'm not going to pay for everyone. You're invited, but I'm only going to pay for maybe like my kids as I'm talking through this.
They need to pay their own anyway.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that, like, you know, that would be okay.
I also have to say, when I first read this and was like looking at it, I was almost thinking in-laws as in like your mother and father-in-law. Like
I thought that as well too.
And I'm like, you know, I could kind of understand that. It's like maybe parents don't need to always come on your own intimate family trip, but the idea that the parents would plan something and grown children would come without their spouses is just, unless they have to work or, you know, they should
be invited. Them saying that.
That's them saying. Yeah. odd.
Yes.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Lots of questions.
And I'm sure you
Not
have a lot of
answers.
opinions at home about
We
this
want
one,
to hear
too.
about it. And if you have like a crazy story, we want to know, because on this topic, Vicky from Ackworth says, yes, allow in-laws to vacation. Yeah, I mean, Vicky, I think we're all in agreement.
I want to hear someone who is on the opposite side of
Yeah,
this. Maybe
right?
there's something we're not.
It's only that grandma. It's only her. She's the only one.
Maybe
She's
she
very
did it
alone.
for a
Did we
moment.
miss something?
Maybe we missed something.
Right. Okay, well, there are lots of things a rideshare passenger wouldn't want their driver to do. One of them is sleeping. We're going to discuss if we can trust self-driving cars, especially in light of this, coming up. Welcome back. A viral Reddit video appears to show a driver nodding off during a ride in San Francisco. Check out the video. The rider says it happened about a week ago in a Tesla robo-taxi. The rider reported the driver fell asleep 3 times during the ride. Yeah, that's right, Lauren. The car's pay attention alarm went off, waking up the driver. Tesla's not commented yet on the incident, so I think the big question here is, do you trust self-driving cars? And I think the answer for me is like, after someone can fall asleep and the car continues to drive, yeah, I might trust it a little bit more than the driver who fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. I'm curious, is this different than a Waymo?
Right.
Do you know
Yes.
how, like, in a Waymo, because I got in one for the first time last week, and I'll tell you about that one. But like in a Waymo, the driver doesn't have to do anything. So is this like the driver still has to do something and then he took a nap on the other part? Is it like
they're supposed to, which is why the car woke him up and said, "Hey, pay attention."
Right. Gotcha. So that is different than
it is different from a Waymo. So I trust a Waymo. Because that's what it's built to do. Now, the Tesla does have an auto drive feature, but in this instance, it is not supposed to be left unattended, which is why the car is saying, "Hey, wake up and drive
pay attention."
me."
3 times is wild.
Oh,
It is.
That's wild.
Well, it makes me like question, did you just decide like, was something going on with you and you were like, oh, I gotta work today, I gotta drive the rideshare, Uber, Lyft, whatever, and like you weren't feeling well, maybe you were hungover. What's going on that you felt that you had to do that?
You just didn't say anything to the driver or to the passenger in the back either. Like this is just normal for you. For 3 times, either I'm gonna hope that this person was sick or under the weather or something. That's
because I would be, hello, can you pay attention?
So here's where I struggle is the after this happens is I struggle in conflict and I struggle to speak up for myself. myself.
That's fair.
So I don't know if I would actually say anything. I might be
Would
really
you rather
upset,
speak up,
but
or
I
would
don't
you rather
know.
be in a crash?
So this reminds me, I was in an Uber just a few days ago, and it was not in auto-driving cars, just like a regular Nissan, and the driver was watching TikTok the whole time during the drive and was just flipping through videos. He had it on like this little setup and was just flipping through videos as we're driving down the freeway, and I was so uncomfortable with it.
Oh no,
And I
Atlanta
said,
freeway at that?
I said nothing, but I was so uncomfortable with it. I did not like it. I still also tipped him. Because I just can't. I can't, but I know.
Lauren.
I know. I deserve the judgment. I deserve all the judgment.
I'm big on tipping. I believe in tipping, but there are some times where you do not have to tip. The tip would be reporting him.
Because I think if I didn't stand up enough to say that this was bothering me not tipping would have been like, well, why didn't she tip? Because they didn't know that I had an issue with the constant scrolling, right?
Put it on the back end.
I know.
Yes.
I'll
You
figure
shouldn't
out how
have
to
to tell
speak up for
someone not
myself.
to scroll TikTok while they're driving you.
In Atlanta,
I know,
of all
it was like
places.
Evan. It was like, and then on top of it, like he wasn't even hiding it. He had the speaker to the car linked to what he was watching on TikTok, and was just like scrolling and was actively just scrolling. While I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Hand me your phone. I will craft you a message that you can send.
And I agree. I'll sign off on whatever he writes.
I know.
Okay, well, Eric, we're running out of time, but very briefly, you have to give us your Waymo
My
experience.
Waymo was really cool. I have like a couple of seconds left. It was very cool, but I kept trying to, like a car would do something, and then I was like, oh, crazy drivers in Atlanta, and there's nobody in the driver to talk to about it. You just have to remind yourself, like, oh, there's
I
nobody
was
here.
so enamored with just how far the technology has come, and like to your point, Waymos are fully self-driving, whereas Teslas, you still have to monitor, and it was just all the little things on the little screen in the back that it was picking up on: pedestrians, robots, dogs. Like it knew everything.
Not
I was
TikToks.
No, it was not watching TikTok. That's for sure.
Okay, we have a lot to say. We'll talk about this in the break because I want the phone. But most people think having garlic breath is bad, but it might be the cure for bad breath. We'll share if we would try garlic mouthwash coming up.
Well, don't forget, we want to hear your thoughts on all the topics we talked about tonight. Just scan the QR code on your screen and leave your comments. We might talk about it right here on air. You all had a lot to say about what needs butter.
Yes, Lakeisha. Yes, Lakeisha.
Lakeisha Reeves from Loganville says mac and cheese must have butter, period. Jay Woods from McDonough says you need butter to make cakes and icing. And yes, you do. So,
watering. I'm so hungry.
you know, I know. Eric, I have to give you a shout out. Our special guest, Paula Dean.
Paula Dean.
Paula
You need to
Dean.
bring
Butter
her
and
in.
everything. All right, Lauren.
All right, well, it appears garlic may actually be a cure for bad breath. Researchers found garlic extract mouthwash was just as effective at curing bad breath compared to chlorhexidine. Researchers compared both and found that garlic extract mouthwash was significantly more effective in reducing the amount of bacteria in saliva. So, would you use garlic mouthwash?
I'm curious because garlic doesn't just impact here. If you do too much of it, it goes into your skin and you start to smell.
You just smell it seeps.
Yeah.
It seeps is a great word. And I don't know if that's been tested with this yet. Because it might cure this, but then all of a sudden
At
someone's
what
like...
cost?
Right.
At what cost?
At what
I
cost?
do believe it probably does kill more bacteria, but while I agree, while you're curing the bacteria, you're also creating an offensive smell.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's for me. Maybe if I did both, maybe if I garlic mouthwashed and then regular mouthwashed or had some gum or something, I don't know.
No, then that defeats the purpose. You shouldn't do it.
I just feel like there's probably an easier way to kill the bacteria, you know? Probably.
Regular mouthwash is probably good enough.
Yeah, it's a no for all of us.
It's a no. Well, that's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks so much for joining The Pulse. Have a great weekend, everybody.